Some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you want to be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause of sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gon' rise to the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
I really did. I missed each and every one of you immensely. I feel like a fish out of water. Like, I really do. I miss you guys. I miss you guys. You guys are my yin to my yang. Good. I guess we're afternoon here in Florida. So I know that some people on the East Coast are afternoon, are morning still. Oh, scratching with D-Man. Thank you. I want to thank you for the updates. Oh, great. I got a few videos coming out today. I'm releasing them today. They're more informative in nature. We're going to cover some of them, some of the updates here on the live, but I've got some videos that I've already prepared. I've been up. I got home so late last night. And of course, we wanted to find out who was voted off Turtle Island. And you know what? I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't. I thought Marissa is doing good. I don't understand everything. She was a great sport. I'm very happy that she's, being a great sport about it and was participating in, comments last night. So, she obviously is doing something right? Like she got some votes, so she's stirring the water, and she's being talked about. And when you're a content creator, at the end of the day, that's really what you want happen. So she goes in there and she's like, I won. I love it. I love it. Kudos to you for having fun with it, Molly. Good for you. Good for you. I love it. I love you. And you know what? I think creators shouldn't get involved, but it's hard because I when I'm listening to it, I want to call in. I want to call in so bad, and I don't. I have to refrain. So I don't know. Good afternoon, Gigi for Life, Swiss Miss. Gigi for Life, by the way, was one of the first people that came in here and commented. So thank you, Gigi for Life. Love it. Good morning. I keep saying good morning. I'm so used to mornings. Good afternoon, Swiss Miss. Tennessee girl, it's nice to see you. We got Crazy Nurse 2.0. Hey, I am Team Summer. Karen Davis, nice to see you. Anissa, hey girl. I'm chairside. Wish I was poolside, but I'm chairside, right? Mike Stevens. Scratching with D-Man. Thank you. Thank you for the love and support. It's nice to see you. Steph, nice to see you as well. Ange, nice to see you. Who else do we got? Baby Yoda the trucker. I love it. Nice to see you. Let's see. Who we got somebody in. Who knows? I know, right? That's the question of the day. Who knows? And happy. We're happy. Karen G, nice to see ya. Sonia, hey, honey. Representing Summer's Army. Thank you. God bless you. It just popped ahead. There it is. So Linda, is it Robbie or Raby? So good afternoon. Or good evening. You saying good evening. So you must be on across the pond. Anne, nice to see you. Susiana from Louisiana. Katie, nice to see you as well. Who else do we got up in here? I think it says Scarlett. Hello, good afternoon. Sheila, Amy. Amy, I heard you. Were you on the phone last night? I heard your voice somewhere, and I could have sworn it was you calling in last night. Day 4 of vaping versus smoking. All right, Steph, nice. Did you when I went to the vape, I have to be honest with you, I went through horrible withdrawals. And I don't know why I chose in front of Gabby, Brian Laundrie's house to I think it's because all the cameramen were around and, I always had to step away to go smoke and just out of, courtesy. Not that I was asked, just out of courtesy, I walked away and, tried to put mints in, just to be courteous because not everybody smokes. And it is, for some people, an offensive odor. And so I decided to go to the vape, and I'm telling you, I had horrible withdrawals, horrible. Like it's so bad that I swore I would never touch another cigarette again because I never wanted to go through that. And I keep wondering how bad it's going to be when I finally go to kick this. Aaron, nice to see you. A lot of traffic on I-4. Glad to be home. I hope you are not lying. I've been in that traffic for 2 days. I was supposed to go to the event today, and I'm just, it was a half a day event. And I'm like, do I really want to drive an hour and 15 minutes for a half a day event just to turn around and come home? I'm exhausted. I got home last night at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Seriously. And I didn't even pull my butt out of bed this morning until 8. Like, I never sleep that late. You guys know that. And well, occasionally, like once in a blue moon, I'll sleep in. But for the most part, I'm up at the crack of dawn. It's been getting harder and harder since the changes, but for the most part, searching for the missing. I love that. I love that. If you're a creator searching for the missing, I'd like to reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I'd like to connect, and that goes for all the creators that are in here that watch. If you guys could reach out to me by through email, just to introduce yourself, so I know who you are and what your channel name is, and if I can help support you, I'm happy to. If we can collaborate on different cases, I'd love to do that. The more, the merrier. The more powerful the message, the more stuff we can get out. For example, Arctic Fox. While I the message itself, and I don't think Arctic Fox meant to do it. Maybe they did. I don't know who they are, but I did get a notification that I was tagged into something, and they're like, "Make your platform useful and cover this case." And it's like, we're going to talk about it, but maybe if Arctic Fox just reached out to bullhornbetty@gmail.com and handed me some information, without seeming rude, it would be a lot nicer. That's all I got to say. It'd be a lot nicer. So Arctic Fox, thanks for bringing the attention to me for the case. And the case is, what is his name? What is his name? I wish they put the name in the title, but they don't. So it is an autistic boy by the name of Austin Lauer. And we are going to talk about Austin Lauer at some point and show his missing person flyer. But again, Arctic Air did bring this case to my attention. And naturally, I would love to advocate for any missing child, especially one that has, other circumstances such as medical conditions and things of that nature. I don't believe that based on what I looked at this morning when I was researching the name and the case, it doesn't look like foul play is involved, but that can change in a whim, especially with young children. So we will touch that. Again, the name is Austin Lauer. So let's see who else we got here. Hellcat, nice to see you. Carolina girl. Cot. When is girls' night? I know we missed that, Cot. We missed girls' night because I was at an event in Tampa for the last 2 days. I was actually supposed to be there today as well, and chose to come with you, come on live and hang out with all of you guys. So it typically is Friday night. So plan on girls' night being Friday night. That's kind of our just our staple night, where we just have fun. We let go. We don't talk about cases. But thank you. I love it. I love you that you're asking about it, because we do have fun doing it. Wild Still, love it. Anybody else I missed? Ashley Oaks. Oh, Tammy T. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, babe. And Susie Ann. Is that Austin? Yes, Ashley. That's correct. Kramama had Austin's mother on yesterday. Oh, good. Yeah, so we're going to just cover this, and it hopefully is not foul play involved. We really like to hear these children coming back safe. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why a lot of us do what we do, is to have those good stories of a child being returned home or returned home safely. We don't like covering. I can tell you, to me personally, I do not like covering missing children. I don't like covering it. But I am in true crime, and the children, like murders and things like that, missing adults we cover, but the children are the most vulnerable. The children are the ones that need to have their photos and stuff just spread across social media, handing out flyers anywhere and everywhere you can, just putting their face in front of as many possible people as possible. It's the name of the game. It's the name of the game. The more people that put eyes on the child, the more people that can be looking for that child. It's a win-win for everybody. And actually, we're going to talk about an initiative that was pretty interesting. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. Is it Vicky? Easy? Sorry if I chopped your name up. Scarlett, nice to see you. It's 105 here. Oh my gosh, 105 degrees. I would be dying. Hello, watching out of Clanton, Alabama. Thank you, Michael. Well, it's nice to see you. Yeah, Betty, I had to drink alone. Oh, we don't want that. We don't want that. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate when my schedule conflicts with our fun time. I really do. I really do. It wasn't a show you as live. Wasn't showing you as like, oh, okay, Silver Time. Yeah, we're gonna have to, for those that aren't getting my notifications, make sure you're hitting the notifications to all. And if you're not getting, if it's still not getting anything, unsubscribe and resubscribe. It won't. If you're a wrench, it's not going to affect your wrench. If you're a member of the channel, it's not going to affect your membership. It just kind of resets everything. So for those that are having those issues, just try that. So sending good vibes to all of you. Thank you. I hope it's BC, but I'm not sure. I have a horrible time pronouncing things. So nice to see you, Val. Let's see here. Actually, Ikmel did a live yesterday with the mom. Ellie treated this mom and his 14-year-old sister so awful, and it was recorded. I'm hearing that they're, because I looked at Arctic Fox's response, and it looked like there was some kind of, I didn't watch the video, but I probably should have, but I didn't have time. I had to get videos done this morning. So we're just going to touch about just the overview of it. It's on the list, so I'll take a deep dive. And I actually did some research before coming live here. I just didn't watch Arctic's video. That's all. So it's nice to see you, Meet. We had 2 Amber's alerts yesterday and 1 on Friday. What? What in the world's going on? Where are you from? Lordy. There's something very fishy about Austin's case, and Ellie's not willing to help the mom get her son back. Interesting, Ange. Hello, Chadwell. Nice to see you. Traveling to baseball. Well, I hope your team wins. Solana Cloud had to come catch, what does it say? Dealing with my brother's harder about, believe it or not. I've learned so much by all you YouTubers I'm a sub to. Oh, thank you. Is that a recent? I mean, I'd like to hear more about it. Is your brother's case closed, or is it still open? Is there something that we can help you? And yeah, we do. There's a lot that goes on YouTube. We look into the cases. If it's financially feasible, we go out and look for the people. We actually put boots on the ground out there. It's me, Beachy. Beachy. I just got it now. Okay, got it. I did. I'll try that. Okay, perfect. Okay, the older lady named Taylor has pretty much kidnapped him. Mom said she's taken the other children in the neighborhood too. Wow, that does sound odd, because we just read, it's in the car, Dad burn it, about the parental, abduction. I did a video on that. Just kind of educating us on what to see, signs. And if you guys have not had a chance to watch it, it's the one with the yellow caution tape on it. It's in the videos section, or actually the live section, I believe. So go out there and take a look at that and start. I only got through half of that report, half of the case study. So we're going to be probably processing the other half of the case study sometime next week, and just kind of pulling it all together to see if there's any information we can derive from it and apply it to the cases that we cover, which is really, really important. And there's 177 folks in here. So on your way in, or if you haven't already, please go out and give me a thumbs up. If you guys have already given me a thumbs up, throw a thumbs up in the chat for me, if you would, please. Frankie, it's nice to see you. Texas. Ooh. Yeah, what is going on with Texas, Meep? I don't get it. I really don't get it. We should tweet the Sandusky police. Yeah, that probably would be appropriate. Yes, proper hashtags and tagging appropriate orientations and news outlet. Okay. Yes, it's still open. I'll email you. Okay, perfect. Amnesia per dolly. Good vibes. We never know what and this is going to be today. You never know what this is going to be to get today, but that's funny. Okay, great. Oh, it's nice to see you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for showing some love. Thank you for showing some love. Hey, Lex Luthor. Nice to see you. Mike, Mike Miller, if I didn't say hi. Hello. Hello. So we've got things that we're going to be discussing today. We got like all of them, really. We're going to be going over Summer Wells. We're going to be going over Alex Murdaugh. We're going to be going over Gabby Petito, Codi Bigsby, Dylan Rounds, Michael Vaughn, and we're going to give an update on the Arctic fox missing person that reached out to me to see if we could, advocate or put some information out there. And we're going to be going over, did I say Michael Vaughn? And Kristen Smart. We're following the Kristen Smart case, which is a cold case that finally got some traction with some new evidence, and people were arrested and now are on trial for her murder. So there is an update on that. We're going to go over that too. So let's see. I was wondering whatever happened to the song "We Are the Children" that made people care. We need another song to bring people together and make them see the importance of children in this world. Yeah, I agree. Michael Jackson did a really good job with the collaboration. I remember when that came out. I remember when that was a big deal. I remember with all the different, it was a collaboration of many artists. Very beautiful, very well done, very well written. There it is. So, good morning, guidance. I don't think I said, I seen you in the chat. I don't even think I said good morning. Good afternoon. Whatever. Hey, guidance. Yes, we are the world. Yep. So I'm going to go over here. I know it's a little late in the day and you guys have probably already started your day, but this was a small little, blurb here, talking about let go of fear. And this is in the language of letting go for July 24th. Sometimes we say we want to go to the next level in our lives, in work, in play, or in love, but it feels like doors shut. Fear can disguise itself behind many different faces. We want to do it our way. We're not interested, or it's just not time. What we're coming up against isn't a closed door. It's the fear we're repressing and holding inside. If you're confused about why you're not moving forward naturally in some area of your life, take a closer look. See if you've got some hidden fears that might be holding you back. If you're blocked in trying to move forward, remember to feel and release your fear first. Then see if that wasn't just the key you needed to unlock and open that door. God, help me feel and release my fears about moving forward in my life. We all need to move forward in our life, and we all need to check the baggage at the door, right? We talk about addressing all these things in our lives so we can move forward. And forgiveness, because forgiveness is not for us, not for them. It's for us. It's for us to be able to move forward and let go. We never want people renting space for free in our head. If you're renting space in my head, you better pay for that space. So just an update. I think I'm going to dive into, which one do I want to do first? I think I'm going to dive into Gabby Petito. I think I'm going to dive into that, get away from the toxicity. Absolutely. And it was crazy. I was just talking to a friend, I think yesterday, and they're saying this, and this. And I said, no, I have a funny feeling I just need to remove myself from all the toxic people in my life. And I keep going through, you always, you remove, it's constant cleaning, it's constant cleaning, because you meet friends, you have relationships, not boyfriend, girlfriend relationships, just random, just any relationship, whether it's a colleague type of relationship, a, boss, employee type of relationship, just relationships in general. And sometimes you don't realize it, but then you kind of take a step back and you look and you realize maybe that person is not good. It's toxic, where they don't make you feel, it's constantly making you feel bad, and sometimes you just got to remove the toxicity, because it does, occupy your brain, and in your downtime, you're thinking about it. So what's going on in Gabby Petito's case? Well, about 2 days ago, it appears, which that would be Friday. It would have been Friday. There was the Brian Laundrie's parents finally responded to the complaint. Let's see, be around positive people, good, solid, truthful, righteous, caring, loving. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I moved away from all and don't make new ones. You're smart, Meep. Joellen, nice to see you. Oh, thank you. That's sweet. I appreciate it. But getting back to Gabby Petito, if many of you guys remember, not Brian Laundrie, Gabby Petito's parents, the Schmidts and the Petitos, filed a lawsuit against Brian Laundrie's parents for emotional distress. And the Laundrie attorney filed a motion to dismiss, which was heard before the judge. I was there. I, took notes and reported back and everything like that. And I got some videography of the two attorneys talking and stuff. So if you haven't seen that, please go back into the videos. You can search for Gabby Petito. You will find that video if you want an update on what happened at that motion to dismiss hearing or hear the attorney's responses and things of that nature. The motion to dismiss was not granted. So it forced the defendants, which i.e. are Christopher and Roberta Laundrie, to respond to that complaint, which they did. And they did two separate responses. What I found odd is, when they went through the motion to dismiss, they never denied the allegations. They actually almost admitted to every single bit of allegations that were raised, but just raised the fact that it's their constitutional right to remain silent. And that's we're going to court to find out if that's true. But with the emotional distress argument, complaint has a 4-element test that it belongs to. And so they're not really disputing, and you have to have all 4. You can't have 3 and precede. You have to meet all 4 elements of that emotional distress I can't even think. Item on the pleading. There's 4. And so it appears from this pleading that they're arguing the outrageousness. They're trying to say that their conduct wasn't outrageous, because if they can have it ruled that their conduct was not outrageous, they don't have the 4 prongs necessary to bring this type of action. There it is. Action. Emotional distress. Action. Sorry about that. Anyways, I was reading here. And so even though when they were going through the motion to dismiss, they never really denied anything. They just basically said it was their constitutional right. Well, here's their answer. And of course, it's boilerplate, jargon, basically saying that, we deny this allegation. We deny that allegation, without knowledge, the plaintiff's residents therefore deny. They only admit that Joseph Petito is the father of Gabrielle. It's all boilerplate. This is all literally boilerplate. Without knowledge, therefore deny. Admitted Brian returned home for his parents without knowledge, therefore deny. So you have to line these up with the lines in the complaint. I did not print out the complaint because that's not really the purpose of what I'm using this document for. It's for these, and I just wanted to read that for you and see if we can kind of explain what's really going on. Connie, yes, you may. bullhornbetty@gmail.com. So bullhornbetty@gmail. You're more than welcome to. Just put your Connie Branch in the subject line so I can find it, because I got like 1,500 emails in the account. I try to watch them as much as possible, but if I was in my emails all day long, I wouldn't get anything done. So make sure you put stuff there. That helps me identify that. So I wanted to read this to you and see if we can get some clarification on what all this means, and see if I can help out in any way. I have not read it personally. We're going to be reading it for the first time together. I'm sure that there are some other creators that may have gone over this. I don't know. I have not personally looked on YouTube. So if I'm repeating some information, I apologize about that. Hey, Snow, nice to see you. Hey, Rhonda, nice to see you as well. Just got my coffee ready. I've been drinking coffee. I hope I have enough. Yeah, I still have a half a pot of coffee, so I'm good. But I got to that was my last few scoops of coffee. So as soon as I'm done with this live, I've got to go to the store because I can't go this afternoon without having without having my coffee because I'm tired, folks. I'm like literally exhausted. That's no joke. It's been a long time since I keep thinking I feel run down, here and run down there, and I probably am. And it's just like sometimes when I get run down, sometimes the one rundown feels worse than another, but I'm just exhausted. No other way to explain it. So to go back to the paragraph right before this, so they go through the complaint line by line and basically deny everything with boilerplate responses and things of that nature. So it's what I would expect them to do because it is up to the responsibility of the plaintiff to prove their case. And they have a lower bar in civil cases than they do in criminal cases. So criminal cases, the bar is beyond a reasonable doubt. And in civil cases, it's, I just had it in my head and I'm running a blank, probably because I'm so exhausted. Presumption, no, what is it? Oh, Lord. I say it all the time. Oh, well, when I think of it, I'll say it. So these affirmative defenses, by asserting defenses listed herein, defendant does not allege or admit that because they did one for each. They did one for Roberta Laundrie and one for Christopher Laundrie. So I'm going to be reading from Roberta's. I do believe that they're both about the same. They both probably have almost the same language. They just changed the names on them. So we're just going to read off of Roberta's, and I'm going to look at Christopher's to see if there was any other lines added there. So we can say, this is for Roberta, this is for Chris, and we'll figure it out. Hey, Miss Deb, nice to see you. So when you hear she, I'm pretty sure Christopher's has he, but I'm almost confident they both have almost the same exact language in them. By asserting the defenses, the defenses listed here, and defendant does not allege or admit that she has a burden of proof or persuasion with respect of asserting defenses. All of the defenses listed will be pled in alternative, and none constitutes an admission that the defendant is in any way liable to the plaintiff. The plaintiffs have been or will be injured in, what does it say? That they're not admitting that the plaintiffs have been or will be injured in any way, or that the plaintiffs are entitled to any relief whatsoever. Defendants assert the following defenses. So I'm just going to read the defenses that they've listed, and then we're going to go back and read the information under each one of them. So the first defense is failure to state a cause of failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. The second defense is illegality. The third defense is non-party fault and proximate cause. The fourth defense is absence of intent and malice. The fifth defense is compliance with law and regulation. The sixth defense is controlling law. The seventh defense is constitutional rights. And the eighth defense is mitigation of damages. So typically what they try to do whenever you're preparing a pleading, so whenever you have a complaint come to you and you have to prepare an answer, you always put your first affirmative defense as your strongest argument. So these arguments are actually listed in their strength. So this particular attorney feels that the strongest argument that they have right now is the failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. And we will always be talking about that because, again, it's coming down to that 4-element test. They're trying to knock one of the legs off the elements so they can't proceed to trial. So under the first defense, failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted, this is reference to one of those prongs, and it's the outrageousness. The amended complaint fails to state a claim upon which relief may be granted and does not allege facts sufficient to state a violation of law alleged on which entitled the plaintiffs to damages, as Roberta Laundrie has no duty due and owing to the plaintiffs, and her conduct was not outrageous. And it's kind of funny because I was in the courthouse the day that they were arguing this motion to dismiss. And the Petito's family attorney, the attorney that's representing them in this case, had great case law to provide the outrageousness of this, of their conduct. And I think that that's going to be pertinent when they move to trial, because I do believe he had the appropriate case law to argue that their conduct was indeed outrageous. The illegality. This is the second defense. To the extent any violations occur and integrity of a third party caused the actual damage, the alleged damages. So they're basically saying that it was a third party, i.e. Brian Laundrie, that actually damaged the plaintiffs as opposed to them. The third defense is non-party fault and proximate cause. To the extent any violation occurred, the action of non-parties caused the alleged violation, and Roberta Laundrie was not the approximate cause of alleged damages. So they're basically, again, blaming their son. The fourth defense, absence of intent and malice. The conduct alleged of Roberta Laundrie towards plaintiff, in any such conduct existed, was neither intentional nor willful and lacked malicious intent. I beg to differ. I was there. We heard from the Petito family about them hanging up on them, blocking them. That was malicious. That was willful. That was intentional. So I disagree with their fourth defense, of course, just in my opinion. I just emailed you the subject of my brother's murder. Thank you. Wow, it is laughable, these dirty laundries. Yeah. Hi, Sonia. Not answering the parents' text and call is intent too. Yeah. They literally had to go and put on their phone, and they're looking for. Now think about if the tables were turned and it was the Laundrie parents calling the Petito family because of their son. How would they expected the Petito family to react and act? Probably like concerned people, not ones that have ice going through their veins. It's just what they did to that family was disgusting and outrageous. Fifth defense, compliance with law and regulations. The conduct of Roberta Laundrie conformed with all state and federal constitution, statutes, and regulations upon the state of knowledge existing at the relevant times alleged in the amended complaint. So they're basically stating they conformed. Now that's a matter of law. That's an opinion. That's an opinion that they have conformed, because the whole purpose of them being in this civil suit is to find out whether they are and were conducting themselves lawfully. And there's a thin line. I don't know how this trial is going to go until I start hearing the arguments and start hearing the case law. I don't know if I knew they had enough meat to the bone to survive a motion to dismiss, but I don't know if they have enough meat to the bone to survive a trial. So I really have to look at the case law, because as many of you know, we can read Florida statute all day long and it means squat without the case law, because the case law is what provides the precedence of that statute and what provides basically the definition of what that statute really means. Sixth defense, controlling law. Roberta Laundrie is entitled to and claims the benefit of all defenses and presumptions set forth in or arising from any rule of law or statute of this state or any other state whose substantive law might control the action. So they're saying that there are other laws that control their action. We'll see. Seventh defense is constitutional rights. Plaintiff argued the defendants asserted constitutional rights in an affirmative defense. Defendants disagree with that characterization, but nonetheless assert an invocation of the constitutional right as discussed in their motion to dismiss. They're trying to assert a Fifth Amendment privilege, yet they were not under Now, they may have been under investigation. That would be a legitimate claim of the Fifth Amendment. But if they were absent of themselves being under criminal investigation, then they have no Fifth Amendment privilege, because the Fifth Amendment privilege applies to criminal conduct. It does not apply in civil action or civil cases. You cannot assert a Fifth Amendment privilege in a civil case. You just can't. So that's an interesting thing that I want to look at, you know, whether or not they, because their son was under investigation, that they themselves have a Fifth Amendment privilege. I'm curious about that. So we will see about that. And then, of course, mitigation of damages, which was the lowest bar. It's the 8th defense, and plaintiffs have not suffered any damages. And if they did, they failed to mitigate their damages. Well, let me give you a little insight, Matt Luca, their attorney. When you block people on the phone, you refuse to answer the door, you call the law on the people that are searching for their child, I think you just stopped any mitigation of damages, because you just cut off all contact with the family. So that's probably why it's the lowest man on the totem pole. I'll see if there's any other kind of affirmative defense for Brian Laundrie's dad, Christopher Laundrie. I think they're about the same, and they are exactly the same. So the language in both of these answers to the motion to dismiss are, in all purposes, almost identical. Maybe it flipped like Roberta Laundrie and Christopher Laundrie's names out throughout them, but for the most part, they are arguing that they have no liability. They deny anything. You know, they were good, upstanding citizens and tried to help as much as they can. I call BS, and, you know, whatever. I hope, you know, if nothing more comes out of this civil action, I hope it exposes the conduct, the disgusting and immoral conduct of the dirty Laundries. So that's just all I could hope for. Because they were served separately. And so what could happen, and we don't know, because Christopher Laundrie could have different defenses than Roberta Laundrie, but they are two separate people. You don't want to, because in practicality, if they're both on there, if one of them was found to be liable as opposed to the other one, and there was only, even though there's two defendants, one may be found, you know, responsible and not the other person. So you want to keep those people separately. And he has two separate clients. They are two separate people, even though they're husband and wife. But you want an answer from each and every defendant. And so there's two defendants, so you have an answer for each and every defendant. Oh, thank you, B. I appreciate it. It's nice. Thank you. Thank you, love bug. So that's that. And I didn't really go through the radar online. Let me see if there's anything interesting in here. I think that's it. And I'm going to be going to the next hearing too. I've got it calendared. If we're not going to be in Mississippi, I sent it over to Olivia to make sure it's not going to screw with our Mississippi trip. But if possible, I will be at the next hearing, which is a mandatory case management conference for this case. So I will be there and will be reporting back as much as I can. So the next thing that I want to go over is I ran a live on this case that just had so many twists and turns, and, you know, it has the hallmarks of a glamorous, you know, fall from grace movie out of Hollywood, and it's the Alec Murdaugh case. And there's been some updates in that case. So I did, I put staples in here, and I forgot my first page is behind here. So give me just a second. I can probably go in here. And we got a couple updates on this particular case. But I think the bombshell portion of this case is there's co-conspirators. Yep. At least allegedly, there's co-conspirators. So I just did please be on the lookout for the video. It's going to be dropping today, probably around 2 or 3. Oh, thank you, Margaret. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the donation. I work hard. Thank you. Thank you. And Alex Murdaugh was this elite attorney, millionaire guy. His family was very prestigious. They had this legacy that went generations. His grandfather built this big, beautiful law firm practice where he was hired. He was also an attorney. He recently had his law license revoked. And he is now, he was originally arrested on 80 charges of like defrauding, scheming, embezzlement from his law firm and from victims, clients of the law firm, putting this huge stain on this prestigious law firm that has been around for generations and generations, now has this horrible stain on it. And guess what? It was to the tune of $8.5 million. And that law firm is most likely going to have to cover that debt. I hope they have insurance, which, most law firms do have insurance for things like this. So hopefully they, they're able to be made whole and their clients are able to be made whole, because that can have some damaging effects. For example, many of you guys know I went to school. I have an AA in paralegal studies. I work for a lawyer. If I took in deposits for clients and put them in my personal bank account, and my attorney wasn't overseeing that, my attorney could actually have his license in jeopardy for not knowing. He could argue it that he didn't realize, and as soon as he realized, but the fact that it had happened and there weren't checks and balances in place to prevent that from happening could cause problems for the attorney and for his employee. So it's very important that you're properly screened and background checked and everything when you're working for these law firms, because of things like that. You can literally jeopardize your boss's license to practice because of your conduct. Hey, Tammy, it's nice to see you. Little Dave. Saw a couple other people move in here. Listen to me. Come in here. Lord have mercy. FGTV Wolf, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Weird thing is his grandfather's picture is hanging in the courtroom. Yeah, because they were prosecutors for 3 solid generations. Their family was the area prosecutor. I don't know if they were state prosecutors or just the local prosecutors, but they had control of that for generations, 3 generations. Heck of a long time. And so you've got this man, they have this amazing life. Again, a life that many of us only wish to ever be a part of, right? And they have this beautiful life that we envy. And this guy is on substances. He's embezzling money from the law firm. He is tanking his reputation. He is tanking his family's legacy. And he's tanking the reputation of a law firm that has been around for generations that his family started. Crazy. They lived in an expansive property. But this has a lot of, like I said, twists and turns. I mean, the people in his communities' heads are spinning. Nobody in their wildest dreams ever thought that a Murdaugh would act this way, would be charged, and has a wake of bodies in the rearview mirrors. It is insane. And it can potentially go back to 2015. They're actually investigating a case. His son, Buster, had a friend named Steven that was found in the middle of the road and did not have any injuries consistent with a hit and run, yet he was it was identified as him being having a hit and run. Somebody ran him over. So with everything going on with the financial aspect, and then diving in and realizing that now the housekeeper had a trip and fall in their house and is no longer with him, and he sued himself, and then he embezzled her family's money from that trip and fall accident. Then we have his wife and son that are at one of their properties and were shot and killed. And then they got text messages and inconsistent statements, and his pings on his cell phone were not consistent with his alibi. And that's why he's charged with in their death, especially with him telling his wife to meet him at the house so they could go together to see the father instead of her. She knew something was up, and she even texted one of her friends. How freaky is that? She texted one of her friends because he called and changed plans and asked her to go out to the house. And she texted one of her friends and said that she thought he was up to something. That's what the text message said. And then a few hours later, she's dead. Then he hires somebody because now his youngest son and his wife are gone, and he only has his older son, Buster, and him. So he hires this stranger to come whack him so his son Buster can collect the $10 million life insurance policy. Meanwhile, it was all staged, and he's trying to get passerbys to stop and help him and call law enforcement, and they do, but they don't stop for him. They don't get out to help him. They don't get out to check him because what the passerby says, which didn't know who he was, said the whole scene looked completely staged. And this is somebody that has no investigative background, nothing. And had that vibe that this was a staged event. Shortly, I think it was 2 or 3 days after Alec Murdaugh's wife and son were murdered, he goes and visits his father. His father dies shortly after that as well. So now we have Stephen in 2015. We have Gloria in 2018. We have Maggie and Paul in 2021. And we have his father in 2021, just 2 or 3 days later. It was crazy. Hey, Justice for All. Yes, he is. But you know what? If he's guilty of all 4 of these people, Stephen, Gloria, Maggie, Paul, and I wonder how many other. That's multiple. That's serial killer-ish. That a Murdaugh, a prestigious Murdaugh heir, is a serial killer. It's crazy. The thought is making people have whiplash that knows this family. It is insane. So we're just following up on this case. More information coming out. If you guys, like I said, I'm dropping a video probably around 3 o'clock today covering Alex Murdaugh. So I hope you guys watch that, share it, where you guys can share it, help, boost the algorithm for this channel. That would be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. I'm watching this case. Yeah. But it's a saucy case. I'm sorry for the people that have lost their lives, but following this case on a true crime aspect, just monitoring and reporting back, this is a very fascinating and very interesting case. And I keep wondering, I don't think that this guy started losing it in 2015. I wonder how many other people even further in his life that may have lost their lives that nobody's even thinking about, because this is just too many people. For me, this is just too many people. They said it was Alec. I see it spelled Alex. So I bounce around from Alec to Alex to make everybody happy. Seriously, because I couldn't figure out if it was Murdaugh or Murdaugh or Murdaugh. So somebody called in and said it's Alec Murdaugh. But it has an X, so I've always said Alex. So I try to bounce between Alec and Alex. That makes sense. Yes, killing your son and wife. Wow. It takes an evil kind of person to do that. Because think about it. His oldest, they had literally been married decades. That to sleep in a bed next to a woman for that many years, tell them you love them, lay down, have children with them, have this beautiful life, and then just one day, just gone like that. It takes a sick. Betty, I was watching you yesterday when you went out and screamed. Oh my goodness, I was so glad you came. Did I say? I was so glad you came back. Yeah. Yeah. I was crazy yesterday, the protest that was out in front of it, but I told them, I said, I told all the people out there, God bless you. You need God in your life. But I wasn't nasty. Well, we're not going to get into it. I'll have to keep it on Facebook. We don't get into it on this channel, but I can't be an advocate for protesting and then not like when somebody else protests, but you know what you do? You just tell them, yeah, you love them, God bless them, and move on. So, and that's what I did for the most part. Greedy man. Yes, Karen Davis. Yep. I spelled Alex, but announced it Alec because he was fancy wannabe like that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I've been bouncing back between both of them because somebody said it was Alec Murdaugh. And I said, okay. So, because it has an X, I'd say Alex and Alec. Alex and Alec. So I don't know. I got to listen to how they pronounce it when I listen to one of these, one of the videos. Wonder what his brothers are saying about all these deaths in the family. They still have the law firm. Yeah, I guarantee that family is. It's almost. I would have to think that they would be similar to Corey's family, where they just can't believe that he's capable of that. But they also probably didn't believe he would embezzle money, and they found that out to be true, and they have told their clients that they would make it right. So if he would do that, it's not too far off the out of the mindset to do stuff like this, take the focus off maybe the crime. I don't know what he was thinking. To me, to normal people, it doesn't make sense. But if he's deluded and using these substances, it could really screw with his mind. They say it's painkillers and things like that. But what if it's H? What if it's H? People progress. They don't stay on prescriptions. They eventually, have such a need that their need goes well past what a prescription can provide them. So I just keep wondering. I've always wondered that. Destroy generations down the drain. He's a serial killer, in my opinion. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. I don't think he acknowledges that yet. I don't think in his brain he's in denial of who he really is. We're outsiders looking in. We can be, more direct. People that have connections like that usually have a lot of other people in higher positions. And they did have other people in higher positions. Because like I said, his family was the prosecutors in their area for generations up until recently. I think in the last few years, it was changed out to a different person. And that's when things started being exposed. But I think at first, this is just my opinion. I don't have any information to back this up, and I could be very wrong about this, but in my opinion, it seems like people at first just thought it was this new prosecutor's bone to pick because of such a ruling family. I mean, when you're there for 3 generations, that is more of a ruling class, in my opinion, than. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't do their job well. It's just that they became accustomed to being the top. He's going to get the best lawyers unless his family is just done with him. Yeah, but he still has assets too. His assets are probably frozen, pending the outcome of these financial things, but he does have access to something. And I don't know if, I just think that if the family is helping him, then they are in denial that their brother or their family member is capable of such heinous crimes. I mean, it takes a real monster to look at your family for decades and then just one day make the decision that take them out. Sad. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. So let me just a second. Let me look at something. Okay, we're still good. You will always be in our hearts. Yeah, Gabby was a beautiful soul. And it's crazy because, it's a little crazy because I didn't know her. It was a family member that reached out to Jonathan, and Jonathan saw me at a rally, and we've kind of bounced from political stuff to political stuff, and so he knew me, and we had worked together on a few initiatives in the state of Florida, and so he approached me and had asked me if I wanted to do this. And when he told me what had happened and told me, that the family had, a family member had reached out to him, I was on board with helping and happy to help. And I got to learn who Gabby Petito was. I got to learn about her life, and it was sad. She every bit of this, and we'll get into it later. I don't want to be disrespectful to her family in the least. They're going through a lot, but we will have a deeper talk about the stuff that I uncovered while we were there, and based upon a lot of the work that we did there. But now's not the time for it. But we will. I will go through everything that I found out and uncovered while out there for the many weeks that I was out there. What kind of lawyer was? I don't think they were criminal. They were more financial, because they had a lot of, and that's to you, Linda. They had a lot of financial stuff that they managed. So with this, the size of their law firm, they may have covered a lot of different areas, legal areas, from general practice to probably more specialized fields with that law firm, and that law firm being around for as many generations as it was allowed for. I think he's too arrogant. Yep. We see it all the time in the work that we do. I mean, it's crazy because, now I'm walking by people and I'm looking this work. It makes you look twice at people. It really does. They usually think they're above the law. Yeah. But it seemed like his family really did. Well, we don't know. There might be other allegations. This is just taking the focus off of everything else. There may have been prior allegations of, the family utilizing the prosecutor's office, for their own benefit, especially like, would they have caught this early on? 2015 is when Stephen was found in the middle of the road. Did they have anything to do to try to prevent any wrongdoing for their family? Because it was the best friend of Buster. Could Buster have been involved? Could Alec been involved? Did they sway whether that case was going to be prosecuted? Then did they stop or hinder an investigation that should have been had? I don't know. It is possible with their positions that they could do that, in all fairness. What a blow to the family. Yeah. And not just a hope and truth, not just a blow to the family. Think about the entire community that has looked up to them, idolized them, envied them. And then this. I mean, this guy, this has just got all the, like I said, all the hallmarks of a serial killer. I think we're going to find out that he truly is in fact guilty of what he did to his wife and son which is sad. But again, if you guys have not had an opportunity to like, share, or subscribe, please go out and give me a thumbs up for this. We just got done covering, for those that are just joining, the answer of the Laundries related to the complaint that the Petito and Schmidt family filed against them. We went over that. So if you guys want to wait until we're done and go back and listen to the beginning of this, we kind of break that down a little bit. We are going over right now the Alec Murdaugh case. You know, he's going to trial. He was just finally charged. You know, he had already been arrested and already had been charged with 80 financial crimes. More financial crimes were added to that over several different indictments for those financial crimes. Then they found out that there was something fishy going on with him related to his wife and son's murder. His stuff didn't, his alibi didn't match up to the forensic, the digital evidence that they have for that. It also, they also realized that because of all these things going on and because of the weird circumstances surrounding Gloria Satterfield's trip and fall death in their house, which she was the housekeeper and had been the housekeeper to Alec Murdaugh and his family for over 20 years before she lost her life tripping and falling, allegedly. He actually embezzled the money that she was awarded, that her estate was awarded due to that trip and fall accident. So just a lot of glitz and glamour with this family and this case. And just, again, Alec Murdaugh fell from grace. So be on the lookout for the video to drop this afternoon related to this case with a little, I go through it a little bit more. And I'm interested in your feedback on that video as well. So be on the lookout for that. Did you see how skinny he is? Yes, in that Meep, yes, in that interview, he's been on a lot of substances because he was a heavy set man. We have photos of him where he's, you know, he was a heavy set man. And now he's a toothpick. He's a toothpick. Power and privilege. Yep. Oh, Common Sense, nice to see you. Cotton Candy Boobs, Breathless, nice to see you guys as well. Thanks for being here. Jen P, nice to see you. Look at how Kennedy got away with the yeah. I understood what you're saying. Yeah, we need to get those likes up, guys. I don't know where we are on likes, but if you have not had an opportunity to like this channel, don't forget to hit the like button for me, please. Yeah, the last I caught live. Oh, okay. Nice to see ya. Just Me UK. We don't know what he's gotten away with before. And that's the most scary part about this, because he does have money. How many clients or business people that just disappeared or had some weird freak accident because he did have power, he did have money, he did have privilege, he did hire somebody to try to help him unalive. Is that the new word now? I hate PC. I hate PC. I hate it. And unalive himself. I'm sorry. And, makes you wonder, has he used this guy in the past or something? I mean, how did he know to reach out to that guy? Was there somebody else? Could something else have happened? People aren't even thinking about, I don't know. I just don't see where it just all of a sudden, boom, it started. But can you think about, geez, just think about it. Sitting at home and, doing whatever substances he's doing, and this all has to be going on in his mind. Just, him thinking about like those wheels of your thought just churning and churning and churning, and the planning that must have gone on up in his head about this, that, and the other. And not once ever saying, stop, you're going too far. It's not worth it. Like, just in a sick, twisted mind, just kept digging himself into a deeper and deeper hole, and he could not control it. He was spinning out of control, and now everything has just collided together, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty. One bad apple in the family doesn't always mean the other family members are bad apples. Absolutely agreed, Margaret. Absolutely agreed. And, but his family, I'm curious as to whether they support him. I think that after the embezzlement, that they probably realized that he's not what they thought he was. And I have to think that's a scary position for any family. It almost makes you question, what did they do to me that I don't even know about? And the son and the wife thing, man, I don't know if I really believed. I'd have to be in denial in order to support a family member that has done that. I'd have to be utter complete denial, to support a family member. If I ever found that out about any of my family, I would just say, look, I love you. I wish you the best, but please don't ever call me again. I want nothing more to do with you. God bless you. And may you repent. And even if there was, proclaiming their innocence, I wouldn't want to hear it. If there's enough evidence, at this point, I'm pretty sure with who they are, their family already has knowledge of what really happened. I'm sure their colleagues, their prior colleagues, remember they were at the prosecutor's office for 3 decades. Not 3 decades, 3 generations. 3 generations, not 3 decades, 3 generations. Grandfather, father, now their generation. So if they were in charge of that prosecutor's office, I'm sure they have friends in powerful places, because that's what power and prestige gets you, right? Gets you a little skin in the game. It gets you to talk to the people that know something. So I've got to think that the family knows what the prosecutors have against their family member, Alec Murdaugh. But enough with him. We are moving forward from Alec Murdaugh. He's going to court. He's in custody. He's not going anywhere anytime soon, and he's not going anywhere anytime soon fast, right? He did go before the judge. He did ask the judge he wants a speedy trial, for this ghastly response of, because every minute we're in here or something like that, the killer's out there, and I just want to get this done and over as quickly as possible. Insanity. This guy is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Oh, thanks, Jim P. Thank you, Andrew, for all you do. Much appreciated. Oh, thank you. That's sweet. That's sweet. One bad apple in your family doesn't always. Yep, I got that. TT says, this should be an eye opener. Don't idolize people. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. Put yourself on a pedestal, if anything, not some stranger because they have wealth. Exactly. Because people, and we talk about it all the time. Elitists have they're a little crazy. I don't know what to say. They live a different lifestyle. They act differently. They do crazy things. Nothing is ever enough for them. They always need to have that adrenaline rush, that next thing, that next score, that next whatever. It's just a little. They just live differently. Housekeeper would have been able to testify against him. Interesting. I never followed this case until recently. So many to keep track of. You can make a movie out of this case. I know you can. It's got all the bells and whistles. I don't know. I feel bad for the family. You go from, just not even, I can't even imagine that family feels comfortable showing their face out. I don't know. Also, the next hearing for Gabby Petito is a pretrial conference mandatory docket sounding on August 4th at 8:45. Got the complaints. Nothing new is going on in Codi Bigsby's case. Nothing new. No new information. The family came out. You guys know my comments on that. The family came out to talk about this $25 reward to help people help go look for Codi Bigsby, right? But they didn't even talk about Codi Bigsby. And they had one sentence about this $25,000 reward. It was a PR tactic to plead their case before the people. I thought it was despicable. I thought it was tasteless. I thought you know, they should have been focusing on a child, not a man that's living in a jail, right? He's alive. He's okay. Nothing is happening to him. He's not being harmed outside of being in jail, where he probably needs to be after leaving all his children home for hours at a time. And these people saying, oh, well, you just left him. Nobody got hurt. Really? Then where's Codi? Nobody got hurt. Where's Codi? There's no consequences to leaving young children 4 and under home alone by themselves. Where's Codi? Why is Super Chat not working? I'm not sure. Oh, I haven't gotten to you. You must have got it to work. I haven't gotten down to that yet. I just happened to see it on my phone. All crimes are solvable. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anything else? So I don't know what's going on, but the good news is Dolly Vision has been going out there. And if you guys have not, many of you guys probably already have subscribed to Dolly Vision. But if you haven't subscribed to Dolly Vision, go over there and subscribe. And if you already subscribed but you didn't see the videos, he's been going out hunting for Codi because he's from Virginia. And I don't know how far away Codi is. You know, he was talking about when he was trying to get to that press conference that he was waiting in traffic for 2 hours, but I think that was a traffic jam as opposed to that being the distance to there. But I don't know. He's in Virginia. Codi's case is in Virginia. So he's been out there in the field working, trying to look for anything related to Codi. So if you guys hadn't had a chance to watch his videos, go get yourself updated. Right now, he is the only YouTube creator out there physically looking for Codi. So you can probably garner some good information from his videos. So don't forget to go over there and check those out. Nothing really going on in Serenity McKinney's case. I need to start looking at their docket, finding out where it is so we can start updating on cases so we can be prepared for when these things go. We can reach out and find out any updates of whatever happened for that court proceeding. Plus, many are asking, did Serenity's mom have a baby? She was pregnant at the time she was arrested. So we want to know about that. I have not reached out. I have not looked at that aspect yet. But definitely an interesting aspect that we do need to monitor and look at closely as to whether she had the baby and where that baby is. I'm pretty sure that baby is in protective custody, but you never really know. So we'll check it out. But I did not check it out yet, so I apologize. I know Amy was asking me about it. A couple other people were asking about it as well, and I hadn't done that. I've been stuck on the Dylan Rounds case. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We actually have some, and that reminds me, Dylan Rounds. I got a video coming out on Dylan Rounds as well that's going to be discussing a couple things that I'm not going to go through too much in here for, but there are some things going on in the case of Dylan Rounds. Actually, I'll drop that, and I'll probably drop Dylan Rounds. Actually, I'll probably drop Dylan Rounds at 3 p.m., and I'll drop Alec Murdaugh at 6 p.m., and then there will be a couple videos in between those on other unrelated stuff to those cases. Maybe related. I don't know. I haven't finished them yet, so we'll see. Anissa, that is very interesting. What did Anissa say? Serenity, they rescheduled the court until October. I'm planning on going. Gotcha. I'm interested in that. Yeah. Awesome. Do you know, Justice for All, do you know if the mom had the baby? Wasn't she pregnant when everybody was saying she was pregnant. They wanted to know what happened to the baby, if she had the baby, et cetera, et cetera. Where did Grandis move her trailer to? All crimes cases are solvable. I have no earthly idea. I just got notification that it was moved off the property. I don't know if Grandis herself moved it off the property, if Candace came and got it and moved it off the property so she had a place to stay. I don't know. I really don't. Why would anybody want that camper? It's a covered place to lay your head when you don't have a home. That's the only thing I can, because that's why Grandis was using it, right? Grandis was using the trailer because she had no place to live. She had to go live with her daughter on her daughter's property, or her sister in Wisconsin, or Illinois, wherever she is, like right on the border, I believe. Hope the maternal grandma doesn't have the baby. Yeah, I know. We saw what a hot mess that woman was. I think she's on drugs too. I don't think they'd give it to her. Hey, Shannon, nice to see ya. Have you seen the story ICML covered? Everyone in chat said they need to check with you to check it out. Oh, Paola Miranda, is that the one? Yeah, we were out there searching for her. I saw him running with her, which reminds me, I need to reach out. Thank you, because I've been so discombobulated with the vacation and then coming right back home, staying here a day, and then being off to Tampa. Her family has reached out to us, and I will be running that case a little bit more. And actually, depending on what conversation I have with her family, we may end up going back out there and helping the family search. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see how that works out. Again, I've got to call her back. I told her I'd give her a call back like Thursday or Friday. Here it is Sunday, so I probably need to make that a top priority so they don't think that we just forgot about them. What had happened is we were out there working the case, but we had so much. People just are so nasty, and they don't think of the family. You know, they don't care. People just don't care. They reach out to these people that are suffering and try to talk bad about us, but we're the only ones out there really helping from YouTube. And, you know, some of these people are a little off by it. Some of them don't. Like, for example, somebody did the same thing to Stephanie Shinafield's friend. Her best friend, Gina, said, oh, there's going to be a girl named Andrew. She goes by Bullhorn Betty that's going to try to squeeze herself into the case. It came from a Salty Sally or something like that. And so Gina pulled me aside. She goes, I just got this text message. Have you ever heard of this person? I'm like, no. And she goes, I don't know why she's reaching out or why this person's reaching out to me. And she read me the thing. And I said, well, it's because I'm controversial. If I need to pull out a bullhorn to get something done, I will. And people don't like that. She's like, well, it sounds to me like you're the exact person I need to be talking to. Because these families, they don't care. They want answers, and they want their loved ones back. And they want their loved ones back safely. And you got some yahoo that never even gets off their bum to go help a person, let alone a missing person, dogging me for what? Working? Passing out flyers? Knocking on doors? And you think I'm the problem? Okay. These families don't. Talk bad about me to Crystal Turner's cousin. One of the two out there in Moab that was the double homicide, right? Say something negative to me, to Crystal's cousin, because she will stand up and say very nice things because she worked with us. We went out there and got her answers when she didn't have any answers. We advocated for her cousin when nobody else would. You think she gives a damn about your opinion of me? She doesn't. She has her own opinion of me, and she loves me. Lots of people like that we've helped. Lots of people. I'm just saying I wouldn't want that camper after Sheila. I wouldn't want it either, Munch. That thing, if it's anything like that house, is disgusting. It's disgusting. I believe she did it, but I'll text the family member and let you know. Okay, thank you. Katie, she says she's back. Time to arrest Candace to get to the bottom of this in front of a judge. Yeah, I agree, but I don't get it. I've never gotten why Candace has not been arrested, at least for the child crimes. And I got to tell you, while I was at my event, every single politician that I could talk to, I'd go up and shake their hand and hold their hand there and tell them that, you know what, these are the cases I cover. These are the things that are happening in our child welfare system, and we need laws to help change those. We need to have a serious conversation because there's too many children disappearing in the United States. And I got to be honest with you, I was pleasantly surprised. They're very receptive of sitting down and having a conversation. So I'm going to be working on that. I'm going to be making a list of all the people that I need to be speaking to here in the state of Florida. And I'm going to start reaching out to them to set up either telephone conferences or in-person conferences to really help advocate for some change in our system. And I hope that I can start expanding from Florida to other states because it needs to be a 50-state. We all need to be on the same page. And I think the biggest problem and the biggest thing I'm going to advocate for is a centralized system with these people in it, like they do for the criminals. We need a centralized system where somebody goes into the system, types the name in, and is able to get every single report that they need to review from all the states that person and those children have lived in. It's common sense. This is 2022. We need that system. And so I am really going to be trying to drive that home with the politicians. Unfortunately, us as people can't do something like this without involving that aspect of it. Lana Westbrook tries to steer the family away from YouTube and Twitter. She is a pariah to the community. Tammy, there was some information that came out about her husband. Hold on just a second. I want to read this to you. And you guys may have already saw this. I'm unsure, but I definitely want to read this to each of you guys, because there was somebody that actually... What is going on here? All right, either way, let's see here. Where's the community tab? There it is. Give me just a second. This I found very interesting. Oh, a lot of stuff on here I didn't realize. Give me just a second. So here it is. It says, holy smokes, it gets worse with the Michael Vaughn case. The family PR spokeswoman, Lana Westbrook, has a daughter with a man by the name of Justin Lee Birdsong, who is currently out on parole for lewd things. So there's some odd things going on with that woman that people need to be very, very, very aware of. And it's a little concerning in my opinion. It's a little concerning with my opinion. That was a post from another YouTuber on this platform. But yes, I am very well aware of this Lana Westbrook. Would like to dive into her a little more. Looks like she has her own problems in her own family that she needs to be more concerned with, in my opinion. But hey, who am I? What about the Delphi case? I haven't really been touching on the Delphi case, Christine. I do want to go out there, but I have not seen the area. I know that there's somebody in jail for it. I know that nobody has yet been charged with the two girls' murders. You know what? As a matter of fact, let's... And it doesn't look like... So here's the... See, I'm really not I don't like the Sun. I don't like the Sun because I've had the experience with the Sun. It is a national publication, but I saw the garbage that they wrote, the unresearched nonsense that they put in their paper for Gabby Petito related to Roberta Laundrie and one of the properties they had. Absolutely no research, completely and totally wrong. That story was hogwash. No factual information whatsoever. I went and knocked on that very condo door and spoke to the very person that they had a picture of in that publication that they tried to allege was Roberta Laundrie. It was not Roberta Laundrie, and I actually spoke face to face with that woman. And she still lived in that apartment. Totally unfactual. And once in my opinion, you have a paper that does that, and we even wrote them and let them know they were actually wrong. about the entire story. We provided them factual information. We provided them all the information they needed to correct it, and they never once published one correction about their mistake. Not one. So after that, when any kind of publication, I have nothing to do with them because they have no integrity. They have no integrity. So the Sun has no integrity in my book. Every occasionally, I'll pull an article up, I'll read it, and I'll even tell you the same story about how I do not trust the Sun because of these. There was 2 stories that they ran during Gabby Petito that couldn't have been further from the truth. Absolutely no research whatsoever. They were told something, they ran with the story, they didn't fact check crap. And then when they were provided the information, they didn't fix it. So the only thing that we've got here, search warrants went out. So I'm sure you guys have already heard about that. Delphi killer took souvenirs, may have staged the scene. If many of you guys don't know that, that's what they believe had happened. But we don't know. I'll dig into it a little deeper than this, but it was a really sad case that happened. What was it, 2017, I believe, somewhere in and around there, and there's still no justice for those 2 girls. So Delphi is, in Indiana. It is a place that I wanted to go when I was in Rogersville, Tennessee, but I was having car troubles. Remember, I had to get the brakes and the rotors replaced on the back of the car, so it kind of killed the budget for me to go out to Indiana. But I really did want to go to Indiana after I was done with the candlelight vigil for Summer Wells. Judge us by our results, not by what people say about us. Absolutely. That is a true statement right there. That is a true statement. Oh, Blue Jean Baby, nice to see you. Do you think Don is getting ready to sell Ben Hill Road and property? Well, I don't know. I've been watching a few creators, and they are really thinking that, because the pattern of behavior, we always talk about that pattern of behavior, that people want to, pick and choose when they look at the pattern of behavior. But the bottom line is every time Don Wells gets in major legal trouble in any state that he is in, he leaves. He left Florida, he left Arkansas, he left Texas, he left Wisconsin, he left Utah, and now he's here in Tennessee. Those are a lot of states. And those are the states we know about. What about the other states that we have no clue he lived in, that he wasn't even there long enough? Maybe he went to jail, got out, and left. We don't even know about those states yet. We only know about these few states that he was in. So is he going to sell the house? Based on his pattern of behavior, it doesn't sound like he's going to stay in Tennessee that long. They're fighting for the boys. And, if they leave the state and the boys aren't back in their custody, they're probably not getting the boys back. They're probably, hopefully, not getting the boys back, even if they stay in Tennessee. Those boys need an opportunity to try to have a good life. And they're going to be criminals, just like their father and mother, if they stay there. The pattern of behavior, the cycle will continue. I hope this breaks the cycle. I really do. Those boys need it. They've had enough trauma. They need to start enjoying life and knowing what life is really all about. I think something big is going on. That's why no arrest, in my opinion. That's what I keep hearing, but I've been hearing that for a year. I mean, enough's enough. Cut it out. Not you. Not you, Mary. You know what I'm saying. But cut it out. They need to either, excuse my crap, or get off the pot. You know what I'm saying? This is going on and going on. They have enough evidence to charge these parents with something. Whether it's what they want to charge with, whether they get probation for the charges, I don't care. Show us that you're doing something. I know they don't care about the public. They don't care about the public opinion. I get that. But you're looking like I don't know. And that's what we can hope for, B. That's all we can really hope for, to be honest with you. It really is. Hi, Stephanie Michelle. Nice to see you. A lot of politicians cannot be trusted. They make the laws. I know. And that's why we have to hold them accountable. That's why we have to hold them accountable. And I'm working lots of stuff going on. Not quite ready to reveal yet or give some insight just yet. But I can tell you, me personally, I'm working very, very, very hard behind the scenes. And hopefully we can, move the needle a little bit. I don't expect a lot, but I'll accept baby steps in the right direction at this point. Remember the little boy found in the suitcase? It was, oh, I know. I just talked about that a couple days ago about how that boy just disappeared and not one person has come forward from any place in the United States to say they have this missing boy in this suitcase. How do you, and he looked like he was from what they said, he was in fairly good health. Something happened. I don't know what. And the parents obviously got scared and didn't want to call law enforcement in, for whatever reason. But it sounded to me like they didn't think the boy was abused, but I could be wrong about that because at that time when they were talking about it, I don't think they had the autopsy or anything else like that. I don't even know how the boy died. I need to look into that a little bit more. But I can tell you that's sad that a boy of that age, what was he, 6 to 10 years old, I believe, or something like that. They believed after they did something or other, they believe he was more in line with 8 or 9 years old. Again, I'm just going off of memory. And it's crazy that some child that old, where people have seen this child around and have been around this child, and this child just disappears. Literally just, and nobody knows. Nobody calls a missing child report. No teacher is missing a pupil from their class in that area. Teachers, if you're watching this and you have a young boy that's missing from your classroom and the parents said, oh, he went to go live with the parents, you need to be making sure that's true. Because there is a young boy out there that's no longer, that showed up in a wooded area in a suitcase with Las Vegas on it. So I don't know. It's cray-cray to me. Still doing good. Yes, one system. Okay, I'm just not getting there. I need to go. I'm just going to skip down. If I missed some of your questions, I missed some of your questions. Hi, Robin. I'm getting a bullhorn to rally in Michigan to try to keep Jason Simons in prison. Nice. I love advocating for the right things. And, sometimes you just got to show up and have your voice heard. That is a part of our country. It's a constitutionally protected act, folks. So these yahoos on YouTube that try to make it sound like it's harassment and all these other things, it's not. It's a constitutionally protected action that we as Americans are allowed to do. So if somebody's in jail and they're getting out, I guarantee the family of the victim would be very appreciative of anything that you can do for them. Anything. Betty, I was saying, oops, sorry, it went up on me. Betty, I was saying that I did email you and was wondering if you received it. I don't know. Hold on a second. Let's see what I got here. Okay, so you're Connie Branch. Solana, I did get yours. Let's see. Never give it up. I did get that. I've been fighting for 28 years. Wow. 28 years to keep that man in prison. I need to do some research on him. I don't have anything to write with because my notepads are still out there in the car. I'll find something. Hold on just a second. Piece of paper. I need to write that name down. Hold on, Robin. Jason. I would like to, you know, if there's a case like this, I would like, and I saw that. Oh, that's a different person. I want to let me do some research on him, and maybe if you're comfortable, maybe you'd like to come and tell us the story, Robin. You know, I'd love to hear the story, especially if you've been fighting for 28 years. That is that's dedication. That's being tenacious. That's being fearless. So I definitely love to hear the story. Love to hear, you know, what you did. Maybe you can provide some hope or some assistance to other people that are dealing with the same thing. But if you could reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, reference Jason Simmons in the subject line so I can get to it, and I'll give you my cell phone. Maybe if you're interested, we'll coordinate a time for you to come up on panel and tell the story. Tell the story. Hi, Jess. Did you see the lady that was killed, that killed her boyfriend? Being interviewed. She said they were playing hide and seek and she blamed everyone but herself. She's evil. No, I didn't. No, I didn't hear that at all. Do you know the name? Hi, Lucia. It happens. Hey, at least that, you know, and I do that on my phone. I kick myself out of the studio all the time when I'm on my phone because I'm trying to do stuff on my phone because it's easier on the computer. And then I'll exit out and it'll literally exit me completely out of the studio. And then I've got to come back in. It's crazy. It's crazy. I hate to say it. I'm starting to think Monkey's parents are pulling a Candace. Don't yell at me. I'm not going to yell at you at all because I'm just getting involved in this case. I want to go out to Idaho. I want to get a lay of the land. I want to see what happened out there. I want to have my map. I want to be able to walk around there. I want to be able to see it, feel it, and touch it. Because every time I read articles, every time I watch videos, every time I watch this, every single time I put my feet on the ground in these areas, my perspective changes, absolutely changes. And I want to go to Idaho. And I actually heard Dolly say something about going to Idaho, possibly out there. Eve's been really following this case too. And I would love nothing more than to collaborate with Eve. I believe there's another gal that Eve works with and Dolly Vision to really try to drive this case home and really take a deep dive, like a real deep dive into this case to see what happened and find out who we need interviews with, you know, start reaching out to people and really just kind of, so you guys know somebody's been out there and somebody is really trying to drive, you know, get some information and drive that message back to you. So I haven't talked to him yet, but it's definitely something that I would love more than anything in the world if Eve is, you know, able to do that. If we're all able to do it, you know, it'd just be a pipe dream. Sometimes our schedules work out. Sometimes they don't, you know, just like with Olivia and JLR, sometimes our schedules work out where we can work together and sometimes it just doesn't. So, but I would definitely like to collaborate on the Michael Vaughn case. And I definitely want to be involved in any kind of help, passing out flyers, going out there and searching, anything I can do just to help that case. I would love nothing more than to do. They're asking for help. Florida, Kelly Brenner. Kelly Brennan. Patty in pink, nice to see you. Oh, Birdie, I didn't even see you in here. I was just going up to see what I missed. Mama Bear, sorry, I missed you too. Irene, I missed you too. Little Dave. Wow, I missed a lot. So thank you all for being here. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way in. Miller case versus Alabama protects juveniles. Miller case. Gotcha. So we got that on the list. I'll look into it and see what I can come up with. Prostitution as an American, absolutely, it absolutely is, and I'm surprised more people, why they came down on me so hard for doing something. Everybody, if it's lawful to do, it should be done. If you need to use it, use it. That's what it's there for. Yeah, I'd like to hear Robin's story. Maybe she'll be willing to come up. I wish we can get an update on what they found in the latest search of Harmony. I actually have this up there. They still have not given us. I do a search every day of all these cases, and I add them to my morning research. And part of that is Harmony Montgomery and Serenity McKinney, among other ones that I'm looking at. And of course, the latest update that we have for Harmony Montgomery, at least on a Google search. Now, that's not taking a deep dive into any social media and update from the sheriff's department. Sometimes they put those out on either their Facebook page or their Twitter page. But just on the Google search alone, there hasn't really been a good, wholesome update since 2 weeks ago when they executed the search warrant on the prior residence that Harmony lived with her father and her stepmother, Kayla. So, oh, well, Robin's here. Let me pull her up on the panel real quick. Hey, oh, I don't need that. Hold on, let me put this back here. Hey, Robin.
Hey.
So tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Hey, I think there's an echo. I don't.
You sound fine on my end.
Okay. Well. Okay. So he was arrested.
And you're talking about Jason Simmons.
He was arrested. Right. I sound echo. Okay,
Why don't you go back out and come back in and see if that fixes it?
Am I still echoing?
You're not echoing on my end. If you're hearing an echo, it's on your end.
Okay. So the Miller case versus Alabama came out in 2012, right? And he was sentenced in 1995 to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He premeditated kidnapping, R-ing, and my daughter. She was 5 years old. And so now that this Miller case versus Alabama come out, he's under it. And I'm having a hard time understanding that because he had already been sentenced as an adult to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Wow. So I have already told the victim advocate, let the prosecutor know that I'm not coming up there for a resentence. I'm coming up there. I want a jury trial because he's never been in front of a jury.
Right.
And not to mention he gets 28 years good time. And if he gets sentenced to 60 years, he's only going to do 40.
And how old was he at the time that this crime took place?
He was 16, but he wasn't sentenced until he was 17.
So he was still a minor, but he was convicted as an adult.
Right.
Good. Wow, right. That's insane. And when is all this going to take place? Because if it's something in the near future, we can definitely try to formulate something to help you so you're not there by yourself.
Well, they're meeting in August, the attorneys and the judge, to discuss what they're going to do. The prosecuting attorney called me and she said she's definitely going for life. But what is life?
Yeah, what is it? What is it? 20? Is life defined in Alabama as human life, or is it defined in years, like 25 years or 30 years is considered life to them?
Right. I mean, he was sentenced to his natural life And like my son says, Mom, bring it up. I mean, get a jury, get witnesses, make sure that he stays there. I said, I'm trying, you know. I want to be there for a week, and it's all up to Michigan if they're going to bring me up for a week, because I do want to rally again. I've rallied so many times. I mean, you just have to look up what he did to her. I mean, it was heinous.
Sorry about that, Robin. If you're still there, I just had a little power surge and it knocked my internet out.
It was a very heinous crime. He said that
I can't hear you. What is going on here? Hold on a second. Let's see if that works. I still can't hear you. Hold on, let me try again. Once my internet gets back up, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you, Robin, for whatever reason on this phone. Let's see if I got one guest. We hear her, Betty. So you guys can hear me, but I can't hear her for some reason on this phone. I wonder why.
You still can't hear me?
Wonder why. Oh, probably my volume's down. Let's try it then. Can you talk?
I can hear you.
I still can't hear. It's frustrating. Well, guys, just sit with me until my internet comes back up. It's going to be about a few minutes. And Robin, if you can hear me, just sit tight, please, until I get my computer back up. And then we'll go from there. I wish internet would pop right back on, but it doesn't. Okay. Well, just to let you guys know, I'm having some technical issues at the moment, and I can't hear anything that Robin is saying. I know you guys can hear her as well as me, but unfortunately I can't. So hopefully it's reloading soon. So Robin, I'm just going to let you keep going with, well, no, because then I won't be able to hear you. Check and see it.
You still can't hear me? We are Nicole's Voice, Facebook. Yes, Team Summer. I also have a group for Summer. It's Summer Moon Wells.
Myself back up here on the screen. Let's remove this one. There we go. I'm back! Yay! So I apologize about that. There was the lights flickered in here and it brought my internet down. So I'm hotspotting from my phone. So just bear with me, guys. So Robin, going back, so we were just talking. I know you were continuing to talk and I couldn't hear anything you were saying. So I apologize about that. But we were talking before I dropped about the life, the 30 to life, and how he was going to be serving his natural life. And the prosecutor had just spoken with you and said she is going to go for life again. So if
but that Miller case versus Alabama is going to stop that. It protects juveniles.
Explain what that, because many people, including myself, have looked into it and don't know what that holds and what it states. So maybe you can kind of fill us in.
Okay, the Miller case versus Alabama states, and there's not any stipulations on it. It just basically states that it's unconstitutional to sentence a child to life.
Gotcha. And now, with him being 16 at the time, would he be defined as a child, or just or would he be defined as a juvenile? Like, is there a difference between the definition of a child versus a juvenile?
They are saying he was a child when he did it, but you know, he like I said, when he was being interrogated, the detective asked him, you know, why did you do that? And he said because he wanted to.
What kind of upbringing did this boy have? I mean, did he come from a problematic home? Do you know much about who he
Um,
is?
he come from a broken home, but I mean, his dad was pretty down to earth. I didn't really meet his stepmother. His
So he did.
stepsister,
He had an absent mom.
yeah, his stepsister was my daughter's best friend, and they played together every day after school. And
So you trusted this
oh
house.
yeah, I mean, he was 16. I mean, what is he gonna do? I mean,
Right.
who would think
Yeah.
something? I mean, he's got baby sisters the same
Mhm.
age as Nicole.
Makes you wonder what went on in that household that maybe the parents don't know about.
Well, I talked to the girls and they said that he's never tried to mess with them.
Mm-hmm. Just this. Wow. I am so sorry to hear that. So here, Anissa just sent me this, and it says the United States Supreme Court on June 25th, 2012, issued a historic ruling in Miller versus Alabama, and its companion case, Jackson versus Hobbs, holding that mandatory life without parole sentences for all children 17 years and younger convicted of homicide are unconstitutional, and that came from the Supreme Court. So now I understand. So they can't hold a mandatory life sentence without parole, but they can definitely give him a life sentence with parole.
He don't need to get out at
Right.
all.
Just because you have parole does not necessarily mean that you will ever be paroled, but it does give that possibility there. So they're most likely, but there is a possibility that he could still be provided life. He would just be with parole instead of without parole, according to the Constitution, the ruling of the Supreme Court. So that kind of sucks because, like you said, he's a monster and he doesn't ever need to see the light of day again.
You got to read what he did. You would be,
I'm sure it'll
you
turn.
know, we don't know what happened with Summer.
Mm-hmm.
We can only imagine. But if you read up what happened to my daughter, it will make you sick.
I think I heard. Wait a minute. You were on Miss Daisy's chat, weren't you?
Yes.
I remember hearing your story. I can't believe. Okay, now I'm now. It's starting to come back a little bit. You're okay, Robin. I'm sorry about that.
You know, I got my idea of that bullhorn from you.
You know, people say it's controversial. I don't. I mean, I have an appendage that's battery operated, and it's called a bullhorn. And
Right.
you know, I respect it. I don't overuse it. I use it as needed because when it's time for me to use it, I want people to realize that it's serious. And you know, this is, and I can see this is serious, and this guy is going. But let us know. Let us know what we can do. I'm absolutely in support of you. I'm absolutely in support. You're in Alabama. You're not that far away from me.
I'm in Florida.
Oh, you're in Florida. But this case, where did this case happen? Here in Florida?
Michigan.
Oh, that is quite a ride away. But you know, if you needed it, I have all the faith in the world of this channel, and we would raise funds if we need to get out there.
Michigan. They're supposed to be bringing me up. I asked them to bring me up on November 7th to the end of the week. I'm gonna see if they're gonna do that because I want to rally for 2 days, and I've been doing this for a long time. You know, and it's my constitutional right to yell.
Yeah. Have your voice be heard. That's what people don't understand that aren't in your position. Now, let me ask you something. This is kind of off the wall, which I think is kind of tacky, and I apologize in advance. if somebody had reached out to you, so say this just happened and I reached out to you and told you, you know, who I was and that I just like to get your story. If somebody reached out to you and told you that I'm going to interject myself into your case and, you know, I'm going to cause all these problems, and you found out it's because I have no problem getting out there with a bullhorn, do you think that would sway you from talking to me or working with me in your situation?
No.
Okay. Again, like I know that's it's a tacky question to ask after all you're going through, but it's something that comes up over and over again, almost in every single case that
I'm not ever going to shut up.
Trying to help.
I'm not ever going to be quiet. I'm always going to be my daughter's voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when I can't be my daughter's voice, my son will. I mean, he's 34, and even though he's got 5 kids, he's not going to stop being Nicole's voice.
Yeah. Because once you're a brother, you're always a brother. And he had to live through this. And I'm sure it was probably a lot. I mean, it was traumatic for you, your mom. And this has got to be one of the worst things. Is your daughter still with you, or does she succumb to her injuries?
My daughter is buried in Michigan.
That's sad. I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. It gives me goosebumps.
I lost my son in 2015 as well due to epileptic seizures, and I had him cremated. I still have his ashes. I have his ashes with me, and I've took so many ashes to Michigan and spread them everywhere. I spread them throughout the chain of lakes here in Florida, and
wow, it's gotta be so hard. It's gotta be so hard. And then having to deal with this is just reliving all this over and over and over and over again. And it's just
every day. Every day. And you know, this defense attorney, she tried to contact me through Fox News in Michigan while I was up there last year rallying, and he told me who it was, and I said I don't have anything to say to her. And then that night she got on the news and said it's not about the crime, it's about whether or not he can be rehabilitated. Well, ma'am, had he not done the crime, there wouldn't be any necessary reason for him to be rehabilitated.
Right. And can you ever really come back from something like that? Like once you it's almost like a gator, you know, once they, you know, the reason why they euthanize gators that have attacked a human is because the chance of them attacking another human after they get the taste of human blood goes up tremendously. And
right.
It makes you wonder, you know, once you go this far, how could you ever be rehabilitated?
Right. I mean, think about it. He's been in prison for 28 years. What does prison teach you?
To be more of a criminal. We all know that.
And the reason why he's not being touched or that he's still breathing is because he's being protected. I saw that in the comments. I thought I'd answer that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would tell you what happened to my daughter, but it's a trigger warning, and I mean it's really graphic.
Yeah, let's hold off on that. You know what? I'd like to bring you back here because I have a funny feeling once we start getting into graphic, it's going to do something to the show. So I'll have to unmonetize. Maybe we'll bring you back and have a conversation of your case and take a deep dive in it. Because I like I said, you know, I'm not opposed to going where I need to go to help. So if you need help, keep me posted, because I mean, it's just me. I can go anywhere whenever I need to go, you know, pending the resources. But if you need help, I'll find a way.
Okay. Well, my son, he wants to go so bad. I'm like, Nathan, you will get Zoom. And you'll be able to say something. That's why I'm scared they're not going to let me talk. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
And I'm happy to go in there for moral support as well. If you have an opportunity to talk, I'm happy to be there for you. Anything, any way I can.
I don't know if they're going to let me talk. You know, that's why I said I want a jury. I want to be up on the stand,
Mhm.
and I want to ask this boy, now that he's 44 years old, why did you do that to my daughter? I want to know. I want to know what he says now that he's grown up.
Yeah. Not only that, but what he did for, and what is going to prevent him from ever doing something this in the future, especially if it looks like they're going to be leaning, and it does based upon this ruling, like you said, it does look like that they most likely, if they give him life, it's going to be with parole, which gives him the possibility of getting out. And it's not only just about the punishment itself. If he has the opportunity to get out, what I mean, at this point, he's grown up in jail. How is he going to have a normal, productive life at this point? You know, there's no, nor do we want him to. That's not what I'm trying to say, Robin. But my point I'm trying to make is, if he gets out on the streets, it seems to me that he'd be worse off than he was before he went in.
Right. And fortunately, they don't let them out on the street. They put them in a halfway house. But you know, if I got the last say so, I would say, you know, when his time is up, put him in a mental institution.
That might be a good angle, Robin. To be honest with you, that might be a very good angle.
I've think about this every single day. Nothing, not a day goes by where I do not think about my daughter and how she died. I mean, he didn't have to kill her. You know, she was 5 years old and 3 months. She could have got help. She could have grew up to be a beautiful, right now, 32-year-old child, you know, woman.
Mm-hmm. Sad. And you've already lost 2 children, so you've had a lot of pain, How are you doing with all of this?
Well, I trust my God, and at first, you know, when my daughter was murdered, I wanted to go too, because I was like, you know, I can't. I got 2 sons. I can't.
Right.
I mean, I was put into a hospital too because I couldn't accept it. I couldn't accept it.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I'm glad that you put yourself, you know, because you can't be good to anybody if you're dealing. You got to keep yourself healthy so you can keep fighting and can keep being tenacious and moving the needle forward. You know, so if you ever need anything, and I'm sure at this point you probably have every resource or know of every resource available to you. But if there's like I said, if there's anything I can ever do to help. And as a matter of fact, while I have you on here, are you usually up? And because maybe next Sunday, why don't we have you back so we can go over and you can tell your daughter's story.
Okay. Well, my son and them are fixing to go to Michigan for until the 3rd.
Okay.
So I'll be taking care of animals.
Gotcha. Well, just reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, and we'll just coordinate until, you know, if there's another time that's a little less hectic for you, then we'll bring you back on that time. We'll just coordinate together. I would like to hear your story. I have heard bits and pieces of it, but I haven't heard the whole story.
Well, if you want to be ahead of me, go to We Are Nicole's Voice on Facebook. I mean, oh Lord.
Now, let me ask you something. I know with something like this, you know, maybe something that helps you is keep fighting for your daughter. Have you, or do you help other victims of crimes like this? You know, help share your story, help, you know, help them navigate, because like you said, you didn't want to, at one point, you didn't want to be here anymore because of all this. And I'm sure there are a lot of other people in that same position that could really use your story and use your passion and your drive to help them do something good out of something so horrible.
I have tried to reach out to Candace, but she's a lost cause. I have been in many summers groups, so I made my own summer group, and I did it because I have control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have
Sherry, turn me off. There echo from you. There we go. No. Let me mute you, and you turn the YouTube channel off, and then you can come back on here. So sorry about that. We had somebody that popped up on here that sounds like she may want to have some insight. So go ahead. So you've tried to reach out to like Candace. Are you talking about Candace Cooley?
Candace Bly.
Yeah, Sherry, you're still going. All right, sorry about that. Let me just kick her, and Sherry, I'll bring you back on in just a little bit. So sorry, I didn't.
Yes, I tried to reach out to Candace, and now I'm like, you know what? You're more guilty now than you was when I first tried to reach out to you, because I'm trying to help you because I've already been there.
I was thinking of Dylan Round's mom, but you're talking about Summerwell's mom because you set up the page for Summer. I'm sorry. I've
also been able to talk to Brandy, and that was really hard because, you know, she had just lost Michael, so it wasn't hard for me. I'm a child advocate. I'm always following missing children. But I can't do like 5, 6, 10 in a row. I can only do like I did Monkey, I did Little Joe Clyde, I did Lucas Hernandez, I did Mariah Woods. I've done so many children, and my son, he's like tired of even my granddaughter. She's like, Grandma, all you talk about is summer this, summer. She's not your child. She don't understand.
She's our child now.
Right. She doesn't understand, you know, and to explain that to a 13-year-old is like, you know, she's very smart, but she just doesn't want to hear it all the time.
Yeah.
But I can't help it.
Yeah. Well, it's because you want to help. I mean, you went through such a horrific, and I don't know if there was much help for you when you were going through this, but I'm sure you don't want this on anybody else. And if you can help, you know, relieve some pain, some anxiety, I'm sure that's what you're trying to do.
Oh, I have bad anxiety.
Yeah.
My life has been turned upside down, and I take so much medicine that I don't even know how I walk.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear all this, Robin. And like I said, and I don't say that, you know, with empty words. If you need help, let me know, and we will figure it out. And I will be there to help you with whatever. In Michigan, wherever you need to go. If you need somebody there, if you need help, reach out to me. As soon as you email me, I'll give you my personal private cell phone number so you can stay in contact with me. And
you know, I watched you do the Brian Laundrie, and my son says, I remember her, Mom. Yeah. She's got a big mouth. I said, not without that bullhorn.
Yeah. I was talking to a friend about it last night, about how, you know, in Northport, when we were on the bullhorn, you know, at one point weeks later, they told us we couldn't use them anymore, but we could use our voice, and my voice carried over while my bullhorn carried over. So, Sherry, I'm going to bring you up, hopefully. How are we doing?
Thank you.
Oh, finally, no echo.
Thank you.
Hi, Sherry.
Hey, Robin. That's why I wanted to come up, because Robin and I have been on a few lives.
Mm-hmm.
And I really don't know the whole story, but I know one thing about Robin, that she's a very composed, even though she thinks she's not a very composed woman. She has been through horrific things that most people will never have to experience. And she still has the drive and the coping skills to even come up here and talk about it. And I know you take medication, but you know what? Medication does not take it all away, does it, Robin?
Couldn't.
Can you hear me, darling?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think she just didn't. She was asking you, like, even with the medication, it doesn't take away all of it. I mean, there's still a lot
Right.
of.
It doesn't take away
You
all
know,
of it.
and I quit drinking almost 6 years ago, and I did that just because I thought I had cirrhosis, but I didn't, thank God. But I'm glad I quit drinking. And I don't do anything but my prescription medicine. I don't do street drugs. I don't sleep around. I've been single for like 14 years, and can't nobody touch this. I'm too worried about what's going on with children and you know, my daughter's case, because they got somebody coming up there that's gonna rock that courthouse.
No.
And it's a woman judge and it's a woman prosecutor, so I don't know if he's gonna stand a chance against them.
Because, I mean, you got to think they most likely have children too, and they're looking at this case and looking at the despicable. John, you're going to have to show your face to come up here, and then you can turn it off.
Hush, puppy.
Yeah. Do you guys know John Stevens?
Who?
I don't.
John Stevens. I don't know who that is. They're not showing their face, so I'm just going to kick them. John, if you want to come back, you can come back, but you got to let me see your face first before I put you on panel, and then you can turn it on to the little icon if you'd like. So, yeah, this is insane. And I heard Robin. I didn't realize this was the Robin I had heard, and she started telling me some stuff, and the light bulbs just, like, as in real time, were just going off, and it's like, wait a minute, I remember hearing this, and I remember. When I was hearing this, I remember getting goosebumps. And I think when you were on Miss Daisy's channel, I was actually crying when you were starting to explain some of the stuff that went on. I mean, it was pretty bad, and that's probably why I didn't hear it, is because I ended up moving, changing. I couldn't. I was crying. I was goosebumps. I couldn't. But we need to, especially if he's coming up for resentencing.
Yes, and
I
that's
love you,
so.
Robin.
It just sucks. It really does suck. I cannot believe he's
love
going
you.
up for resentencing. I every day I write the United States Supreme Court. I email them, and I put in the subject line Miller case versus Alabama. No, I don't give a damn. What he did is unconstitutional. What he did is heinous. You can't let him out.
What about the constitutional rights of your daughter?
Right. Like, she didn't have any rights,
Right. He took all of that away. He chose to do
Betty, could you take that picture of Don Wells that's right beside me away?
that. Oh, I wish I could. Let me see what I can do here.
I mean,
Stick him, I'm looking at you.
yeah, he's looking at me all right.
And I have my opinions about Don Wells too.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, I've been through this since day one, like most all of us have, and I know a lot of people in chat's not going to agree with me and probably give me thumbs down, but I really honestly don't believe Don Wells knew until he knew.
I agree, Robin.
Yep.
You know,
I
what,
don't. I,
I've been bouncing back and forth between that too, but I still think he had an active role in me personally. Just my opinion. I think he had an active role in helping to disappear because we've heard time and time again that anytime Candace freaks out, who's her first call? And I just don't think that that slow lady is smart enough to handle something that big. I think she would have called Dawn. She would have said, "Oh crap, I'm going to go to
I've
jail
got
for the rest of my life. I
I've
need
got a
help."
theory of the whole thing, the
Yeah.
whole timeline, the missing time, everything, but I
Mhm.
can't prove it. But yeah, I figured it out. All I haven't figured out is how she died. And excuse me for saying died, but my theory includes that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of people's theories does because I mean we have people don't want to look at statistics when they're dealing with this, but at the end of the day, statistics really show an ugly truth that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge or admit. And at this point, nobody has seen her, and with it being over a year later, like she is in the lowest percentile of being able to come back and come back safely. Is it possible? Anything's possible. Is it probable? Is it a totally different story, in my opinion.
But the statistics don't show that.
The statistics show she's mostly,
After
yeah,
72 hours,
yep.
48 to 72 hours,
There's little
there's
hope.
little chance.
Yep, yep.
well, the way I look at it, Summer was with Candace and
Brandis and Hunter.
right, but at the end she was just with Candace and she left twice and
That's a good point. That's a good point. But even when I had an opportunity to talk to Don, and I said, if you're, what when I sat there and talked to him about his wife knowing or having something to do with it, you could clearly see her facial expression change. You could see her body change. You could see her actually physically trembling, her whole body, not just her hands. I know we only captured her hands trembling, but it was her whole entire body shaking. And but at that point, when we saw them in front of that house, he had to have known something at that point. Maybe not at first, but at this point, he's got to know something isn't adding up because he's the one dealing with law enforcement on multiple occasions, going back and saying, "Hey, we can't get this timeline to work. We can't get it to line up. You need to go back and speak to your wife and put every little thing down on paper." They didn't go back to him once with that request. They went back to him multiple times with that request.
right, and I do think she was gone in the truck. I do. I mean, that picture going around with her got lipstick or whatever on her lips and nah. If you look at the real picture,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see there was nothing, there was not one piece of color on her, and her bed of her nails were purple.
Yeah.
And if you talk to Daisy, she'll tell you, she's a nurse, she'll tell you Summer was not. I just
What's
don't
going
believe
on
she
with
was.
her? And there was one thing, like I don't know if she was actually gone at that photo, but to me, I feel like she was going. And the reason why I say that is because there was no sagging face on her. There was no, I mean, outside of her body being limp, there was no facial, her face was not limp yet and sagging. So if something did happen, it happened right around that photo, in my opinion.
There isn't any cornbread mafia in Tennessee, guys. That's a
No, absolutely not. And I actually had the author of the Cornbread Mafia lived in the same town as him. We had an interview with him. I've got an interview with Jim Higdon, which now owns Cornbread Hemp, and doesn't really write books, but he was an author, and one of his first books was the Cornbread Mafia because it happened right in his town. He grew up with it. He grew up knowing these people, and he said there's no way. They may have been, this marijuana trade or whatever, but in the grand scheme of things, they still were family. They were a little wild, but they were still family people, and they're not diddling with little children. So,
And I don't think, honestly, I don't believe anyone is just going to go up a hill and take a 5-year-old.
not when
No.
there's that wasn't an opportunity. See, when you have an abduction, you have motives, means, and opportunity. The opportunity wasn't there. The motive really wasn't there. Why would anybody be up there? There's other opportunities with kids on the ground. You don't need to go from
less than 1% of children that are missing and found or whatever missing are random abductions.
Yeah,
Less than 1%.
very rare. It does happen, but it's
Mostly
rare.
every time children go missing like this, it's usually from a family member.
Yep, and that's why I just went over the
A family member or somebody did something.
Yep, and I just went over the risk factors. We got through half of the report. It's out in the car. I was supposed to read it while I was in Tampa, and I didn't. But it was about the parental abductions. You know, the case study on parental abductions, which include other family members.
Yep. Candace.
Mostly,
weird thing-
mostly done by Caucasians. It's mostly done by people between 20 and mid 30s, mid 20s and mid 30s. It's most people that have low education, poor skills, no skills, or limited skills. I mean, it really does literally define all the cases we're covering, from Codi Bigsby. Well, not really Codi, because his is a little different, and I'll explain why. But definitely Harmony Montgomery, Serenity McKinney, Summer Wells, as well as a litany of other ones. But the reason why I say Codi Bigsby is a little different, because his father was military. So his father did have an education. His father is not Caucasian. You know, so it's still statistics. It's still statistics, but we do have outliers, and we do have, you know, the exceptions to the rules, so to speak, with these cases.
I want to answer that question about why did Grandis move her trailer. I seen somebody, I follow a lot of YouTubers, but I don't really go into their YouTube. I just read. Somebody said they bought that trailer from Grandis, but I think the reason why it's gone is because she's scared of Don. But she knows Don's fixing to get out.
I agree. The word got out. You old woman, you don't need to be on my land anymore. And I think Candace might have gotten that same little message.
Yeah.
My opinion. Yeah. Completely.
Yeah, I can imagine that Don's probably a little fit to be tied, because one, he's there, and he's there because of because of the fighting, because she called the law on him. I mean,
And Candace is gonna go pick him up when he gets released. I already can see it.
Yeah, it's toxic. A toxic relationship fuels on toxicity.
Trauma bonding.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the, I did a couple of videos on the, everybody's alleged that, he was abused. They kept thinking maybe it was a father, a stepfather, or something like that. And then I saw the picture of his ex-wife that was like 2 decades older than he is. And it makes me wonder, could the trauma that, because we see the abusers the abused become the abusers. It does happen. It's not that all people that have been abused are abusers, but the people that abuse typically have a pattern of abuse that was perpetrated on them at a young age. And I keep wondering if his was an older lady, because he was such a young man whenever he married Pamela, and just seeing that huge age difference. I don't know what to think of it.
I mean, it's up to a woman, Candace don't need to be treated like that. And she knows. I don't know if she knows, but I was in a very abusive relationship all my life. And, and I had to put my foot down or I was going to kill somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think anybody that's had, and I think that's what people don't understand, is that people that have been abused at some point when they try to stop the abuse, sometimes it makes them have to get their hands dirty in order to put an end to it. And I think people have, they don't realize that aspect of it, because I know for me, I was abused for many years before I ever fought back. And
Right.
I'm here today and alive today because I fought. But I do have PTSD from the experience, because it was a good portion of my life. So, if I see somebody coming up to me in a violent stance, or looks like I'm not going to let them hit me before I get them away from me. I
mean, but don't you feel so much better that you acknowledged that you needed to get away from that situation?
I stay here by myself, and you know what? One time there was a time in my life that this loneliness would have killed me. It would have, I had to be with somebody, because it's the psychological part of you as well when you're dealing with
I gotta
abuse.
have somebody. I gotta have somebody. I gotta have a man. I can't live without one.
And now
have
it's
you realized that you can.
It's
Have you
serene.
realized that you can?
Yep. And you want a better type of relationship. It took me a long time to realize that I was attracted to the same type of man, and if I'm attracted to the same type of man, the same type of stuff is going to continue to happen. I have to change that. And that was one of the things that I learned in counseling. It's almost like go for the opposite of what you want. And it took a lot of practice to train, that this is not
a lot of young women want a father too.
Yeah.
They want a father.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what C. Maybe that's C. What C wanted from D was a fatherly image, but it all went awry.
Yeah.
She didn't have much of a father. I don't think she had much of a mother, to tell you the truth.
He gave her attention. He was accepting of her. She probably has low self-esteem. She's probably very self-conscious. All the things that come with the lack of father, being a father being present in their life, and a lack of having a decent upbringing. Those things play it, where you do try to find somebody that will accept you and and give you attention.
Robin?
I don't need a man to accept me. I have my Lord, and
there you go.
Under any circumstances, he never will fail nor forsake me.
Yeah.
And he won't ever hurt me.
You know that now for me, and I know that now. But see, there was a time when I didn't. And that's where the problems lie.
Right. I mean, I was abused growing up. My stepmother, she was an evil stepmother, and I called her one day and I told her, you know what you did. And that's all I'm going to say. You know what you did, and I forgive you. But now, for me to go to the courtroom and say that to Jason, I can't feel it inside of me.
Right. Yeah, because you're just still angry. You're still angry at him, still angry at the situation. And I don't think any mother would ever get over that or shake that anger. But you're taking that and putting it into proper channels, advocating and helping, and making sure that these children that go missing are well represented, and
yeah, like with Summer's group, I only share I mean, I got a really good group. I've got like 12,000 people in my group.
Oh, wow, nice.
And I only really share Don B and JLR because JLR is constantly on the ground and he's constantly talking about Summer. And Don B, he's very smart, and those are the only really two people that I follow as far as Summer goes.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of people out there that really get down to the nitty gritty with Summer. And if I got to argue with someone in my group, you can just leave, because you know what? if you're for the wells, fine, be for the wells. But
Right.
there's plenty of groups out there that you can be in
Be a part of that are advocating for the wells. Stay out of your. I get it.
instead of arguing with me, go to another group. That's why I opened up my own group, because, and I think Tim Mullins got something to do with all this too. I mean, I think that he's somehow involved, and I can't put my mind in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I figured out the whole thing. I know that sounds pretentious, but I have nothing to do all day but sit here and do research and
Mm-hmm.
everything. You know, I've
Oh,
looked up how long it takes for cremation for adults, how long it takes for a child who can pronounce death in Tennessee, who's legally allowed to pronounce death, and I've even got the missing time, and I hate to tell people this, but you know, the missing time to me was the time that it took to cremate Summer,
Mm-hmm.
because it's about 3 hours for an average adult, and it's like an hour and a half,
Yeah.
maybe, to cremate a child. And there's a strange reason why Dee Dee was at the church, and Dee Dee happened to work at a mortuary, and Dee Dee was, he knew how to do cremation, and Dee Dee was released from his job. He didn't leave, he was asked to leave. You can research that. And so, and then he moved to a totally new town with a woman and married her. So he got out of the picture as fast as he could.
Yeah. But
So I'm wondering.
my problem with that theory, just for me personally, is
No,
who
go ahead.
would be, because I always put myself like what I would do, because I have a best friend, my ride or die. She's my bestie. I'm thick as thieves with her. We've done a lot of crazy stuff over the last 20 years, to say the least. And it's like, when it comes to children, if something happened, I don't think I would ever help her, and nor would she help me, for out of that respect. And she's my best friend, and to think that this Dave Dotson would, because I don't see where he's got issues with like substance abuse or anything like that. And we actually interviewed his daughter. We interviewed his daughter as well.
Right.
And the thing is I don't. I think my issue is who would put their neck on a line. I mean, it's one thing if you robbed the house and somebody was holding stuff for you, or something like that. But when you've injured a child where they're no longer in existence, who's willing to put their neck out that far?
It's really,
I mean, there are some, but
it's really hard for people to understand that. A lot of
yeah,
people want, they want to believe that, but whether you
but it
want
could
to believe
happen.
it or not, some things are facts. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying that is the missing period of time.
yeah, that
She was
hour and
passed
a half.
off to her father, and her father knew that she was deceased, so he contacted uh, Dee Dee and maybe paid him a large sum of money. I have no idea.
Right.
I don't, but that would explain the missing period of time. I
Mhm.
also think they brought Grandma back after the picking up the medicine, and they
Mhm.
all went wherever. But nobody with a bum knee is going to walk down there. She said she would, then took a nap. I mean, come on, she disputed the whole story.
Yeah, and not only that,
And
but
she didn't even remember. I believe it was I think it
yeah,
was Warriors Park. The way she said that, like
because she
she
said
was
it.
not
She
even
goes,
there.
she goes at the swimming hole.
They brought
I
her
believe the
home.
horse stables.
They brought her home. Then
Hmm.
they went back to wherever they wanted to. Maybe they did do the swimming hole while she was. I don't know, but
Yeah.
all I know is she said Summer did not get out of the truck. So I think there was some hanky panky going on. They
Mm-hmm.
did come back to the house to let off Grandmama. They probably, as being as goofy as they were, did not even remember her. And the unfounded scream, was from C, recognizing that her child was deceased.
That's what I
And they
thought
had to
too.
think fast on their feet.
Yeah.
So she took, according to Grandma, she took this baby to her father, and that's where I think he headed, and he was in charge of that. And
Mm-hmm.
that thing about the necklaces, if you'll watch Dee Dee when he went to the putt putt,
Mm-hmm.
they all have on those necklaces. Even D and C are seen with those necklaces on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that would have already been
Now that's
with
weird.
them.
That's just weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's
that would have
weird.
already been founded out. Sherry, I'm sorry. I don't agree with Summer
That's
being
okay.
Yeah.
That is
cremated.
perfectly
Yeah,
okay.
everybody has their opinion. They're entitled to it. But yeah, and we
Yeah.
speculate on here. We try to, just
We are. This is what's called brainstorming. So we're
yeah,
just all putting out different things and see what sticks or what makes sense.
yeah, yeah,
So Robin, you don't hurt me at all to disagree with me.
yeah.
Yeah,
Ever.
I don't think David Dobbs was involved that period. This
Well,
was an
he's awkward. He's an awkward person, with his height and his appearance and stuff like that. So I get the awkwardness of him. But you know what? And I probably would veer. I'll be honest with you, Sherry. I'd probably veer to that point where, it would be more probable in my mind. But until I met his daughter and talked to his daughter and talked to her about, how she was raised, because he raised her and her brother and stuff like that. So, if I didn't have that perspective of Dave Dotson, I would be right there along right with you, Sherry. I have to be honest with you.
Okay.
But with and it is his daughter.
It's just a theory.
Yeah, it's
The
just a
theory
theory.
is
But see,
hypothetical.
just like my theory,
It's
like
not
I
fact.
believe something happened to her and she didn't get out of the truck when she got home. That's my theory. Some
Okay.
people don't agree with it.
Whatever
JLR
I say on this
made it
channel is
back.
absolutely no reflection of
Yeah.
the creator.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Please, please,
No, you're good. You don't even
everybody
have to make a
listen.
disclaimer.
Please
They know.
understand that.
Yeah, no, you don't have to make that disclaimer. They know that in here. So yeah, that's good though. It's good though.
That's just one theory.
Hmm. But Robin, I definitely want to have you come back, and I'd like to kind of explore. I want to get a good understanding. I've heard your story before, but I'd like to look into it so I'm a little more knowledgeable about your daughter's case, so we can have a good conversation, because I do think it's an important case. There are many people that have, whether it was this horrible or not, that have lost their children to crime. And I definitely think your story, your passion, what you've done over these last, 26 plus years, where other people would have perished or had major problems, you're really trying to find ways to take your pain and make it make it positive. And I think that's a positive message that I would love to explore a little more if you're open to it.
okay. Yeah, I mean, most of the time I'm pretty down, but you said you were PTSD. I'm triple PTSD.
Oh, I can only
So
imagine. I can only imagine. Mine pales in comparison to your story. I can tell you that. Mine has to deal with abuse. I'm still here. I survived. You're still surviving. There's a big difference.
I'm probably not ever gonna get over this until the day I'm not living anymore.
Robin, you will never get over it. You just learn to cope with it.
Yeah.
You never get over something like that. You just learn to cope with it.
I don't know how to cope with it. I don't, because I know everything he did to her. So I don't know how to cope with it.
Yeah.
All I think about when I think about my daughter is how she's not here anymore.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
It's just sad. It's sad. And this is a good testament to the aftermath too. I mean, this happened so many years ago, and this is for also the audience. This never goes away for these families. They suffer the rest of their lives with knowing and trying to recover. I mean, it's a lifelong recovery process that you never really recover from.
Robin, may I ask you a
Very sad.
question before
Sure.
I go? I want to ask you a question. Do you think the whales responded as you did or
No,
do you think that they exhibited the behaviors that somebody who's lost a child would
nope,
exhibit?
nope,
No. Is that you say no?
nope,
Absolutely not.
Yeah. I
no, no,
I've
no
had
tears,
things, yeah.
nothing, no remorse, nothing,
No tears.
No
Not
tears.
one
nothing.
real tear.
The only time I've ever seen Candace cry was for herself.
Right.
Exactly.
She didn't want to be interrogated again by other
Exactly.
people.
Or the fake,
She was feeling,
the fake
overwhelmed.
call, the fake call to Mary.
Exactly, Robin.
You know what really did it for me? Like I had already had like a piece in the back of me that felt, because we went out there several times. Many of you guys know I've been out there multiple times. This is not something that I researched online. I literally went out there and talked to people. And the one thing that did it for me, though, was not an interview that I had with Don. It wasn't an interview that I had with anybody else, but it was an interview that Don had. And it was when he was describing what he believes, where he believes Summer was and what he believes was going on with Summer. And he did it with such a matter-of-fact tone and such a straight face. And I'm sitting here literally shaking with what he's saying. And I'm thinking, this is not even my child. And here I am showing more concern and remorse for what he's talking about that could be going on with Summer than he is. And he's just straight-faced talking about a matter of fact. Well, I believe, she's probably in a dungeon somewhere being used and abused, and she's
We'll see her in the resurrection, I guess.
and he's just saying it just like that. Not my mouth is just, what did he just say?
Right.
He wasn't crying. He wasn't upset. He wasn't shaking. He didn't stop. He didn't have the tremble in his voice as he's saying it. Nothing. And that it was like, there was just something about that just was disgusting to me. Just totally, without a doubt, disgusting.
Right.
So, well, the chat definitely, really sends their condolences, to your story and what you went through. And, I can't express enough. If you ever need anything, any help, I'm here for you.
I appreciate it, everybody. Like I said, I don't think I'm ever going to be through with this.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he does get an additional 60 years, he's only going to do 40. So, it kind of sucks because I've already done the math and, it's like, why bother?
Right. Do you know what the maximum punishment is?
The judge is sentencing juveniles 40 to 60 added years, and I'm sure she's gonna sentence Jason to 60 added years, but he still gets 28 years took off.
Yeah. Michigan law. I actually have another. My mechanic that I use is having some custody stuff going on in Michigan. It's not really that state. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not a fan of how they handle their legal and criminal processes. I can tell you that.
Well, it's not only Michigan. Actually, it's all over. Miller case versus Alabama is everywhere. It's
It's a Supreme Court ruling, so it would affect
right.
everything across the whole entire United States.
Right. So you might as well, and I'm so upset about this ruling. I'm like, why don't you just go ahead and give all these juveniles guns and let them go blow the world up because they ain't gonna do time for it.
Yeah.
I've dealt with the most heinous crime that I've ever read about in my life.
No ARK-15s and no K-14s. Those guns should be left for the military and the police, like the SWAT team. those should not even be sold to the public. And in
Well,
order to get a gun permit, in my opinion, you need to be at least 30 years old so that you are totally a responsible person, we hope by then. And I've got a lot of rules that would help, you
yeah.
know. Just do that gun trade in. You know, the thing where the police give $100 to every gun that's brought to them
Yeah.
when people need money.
Yeah.
So that's another, offering.
Yeah, I actually do support that, but because I do the political stuff on my side, the Second Amendment was never designed for recreation. It was designed for us to defend ourselves against our own government should our government turn.
It
to
was designed for us to protect ourselves against our enemies, whether it be a burglar, whether it be
Well, yeah, that too, but one of the
another
designs,
nation.
yeah, an
Mike,
insurrection.
I wonder
I
how
love
many.
my gun. I never want anybody, but I'm a responsible gun owner.
Look,
I've
I
been
don't
shooting
mind
guns since
people
I was
that
5.
pack. I don't mind people that pack at all.
Yeah,
That doesn't bother me at all. That is a freedom.
yeah,
And if you use it like that guy at the Indiana Mall,
yeah.
he was quick
That's
on the draw. He was quick dog McGraw. He, he got rid of that fella fast before he
Mhm.
had any time to do anything else more damaging. 7 people.
Yeah.
So,
It's
Mike,
just I wish it would stop, but you know what? I don't understand why this has become such a popular mode, means for these young people, because most of these people are young. I mean, except that one guy that was at the Las Vegas. Remember, he was in that hotel room. That guy was older, and I don't think they ever came up with what his motive for doing that. Like he was a well-to-do guy, and it's just like he just went on this rampage. And I never understood. I don't know what it accomplishes. I don't understand why people go. We all been picked on. We've all had bad days. We've all, underwent immense pain and, families not going right. We all have to deal with it. That's not something new. But I've never gotten to the point where my life, even as crazy as it was in my 20s, it's never gotten to the point where I want to hurt or harm somebody else in that
that's
way.
because you're not mentally ill.
Yeah.
And another thing I think that would help is for a person, if they want to purchase a gun, and there are psychologists that would be glad to do this, but
Mhm.
give them an extensive psychological test,
Mhm.
have it scored, sent back to the gun owner or what to the gun owners, and then they want to buy a gun.
Yeah.
That's all I can do because I can't go against the Second Amendment.
Mhm.
I don't know how many people in this world have read the Constitution, but I read it twice
I
lately.
carry it with me everywhere I go.
Even the presidents of the United States don't read the Constitution.
Mhm.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Half the politicians we have on both sides, this is not even a political wedge issue. On
I'm
both
not
sides of the
talking about,
aisle have no
this is
idea
not
what's in that
political at
book.
all. I'm just saying a
Mhm.
lot of our government officials have not even read the Constitution all the way through.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
Everything.
Mike Miller, I want to address you with that. What you had said in comments about how the prisoners will get him. No, you're not.
It's
Jason
been
is
26 years. They haven't gotten him yet. Just
Jason is protected. Do they know what he did? I don't know. But
Who is that?
I do know that in the county when he first did it, they beat him up. But he's protected in prison. And talking about these guns and stuff, Nick Cruz, he might as well kiss his life goodbye because I mean he don't fall under Miller case. He's
yeah.
19 years old. He don't fall under Miller case. He's gone. He's gone. He's messed up his whole life.
But do you think do you find it odd? And this is just on a tangent, and then I'm going to move on with my segment, and I'll bring you back on another day. But do you find it odd that it's these young kids that are doing it? I mean, look at Uvalde, young guy. Look at this guy, 20-something years old, here at that mall. I mean, these people are young. What do you think is going on with our young people in this country?
I can spell it.
Go ahead, Sherry.
In
and then
5
we'll
letters. 5 letters.
Mhm.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Now,
Possibly. Jason wasn't on drugs. Jason
nobody,
wasn't.
no, I'm not saying everybody, but
Yeah.
you just go back and research the people.
Jason wasn't mental.
That's
I
not,
asked them last week. I called them up and asked them when are they going to do a psych eval on him, because he hasn't had one yet because the prison was full of COVID and they weren't letting anyone in.
Mhm.
She said November or December. I said, ma'am, you do realize that we're going to court in
Excuse me.
November, right?
But then that might be something that you ask the prosecutor about, and tell her that, can we request a psych eval, and maybe she'll be able to petition the court to do that.
Right. I mean, he was supposed to have one last year, and because of COVID, it didn't happen. And now she's saying November or December. I'm like, do you not know we're going to court in November?
Mhm.
This lady, I cannot talk to this lady. She'll tell me I'm not an attorney. Every time I ask her a question, I'm not an attorney. Ma'am, I'm not an attorney either. But do you know how to Google Miller case versus Alabama?
Right. And not only that, but it's time to talk to an attorney. And a prosecutor is a licensed attorney. They cannot I guess state prosecutor. I'm pretty sure if you go before a court, you have to be licensed to go before court. So you have to be a licensed attorney to be a prosecutor.
Well, I mean, even when I talked to the prosecuting attorney, I said, I wish Michigan would bring back the death penalty. She's like, well, we wouldn't put him to death anyway. He was a child. Oh, he's not a child anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, but they can't go off what he is now. They have to go off the law that it was back then whenever he committed the crime. Which is sad because, we're going to be going out to that Emmett Till case in Mississippi, which is 70 years old. And the laws 70 years ago are not what they are today. So if that lady is actually brought to justice, she's going to be charged with crimes, and the law is going to be based upon the law it was when the crime was committed, which is going to be, she's going to probably get a slap on the wrist, even if she does go to court. It's
Betty.
sad. Yes, ma'am.
I know this is asking an off the wall question. How is Olivia?
Olivia's doing great. We're actually going to be meeting sometime this week because we're going to be planning our trip to Mississippi. And we've got some other stuff up our sleeves as well here locally in Florida that we will be discussing at that meeting. But we still have monthly meetings every month.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Great.
Yeah. Sometimes we have, meetings a couple times a month, but mostly it's just, once we meet up once a month to cover some stuff. She's been working a lot with her job. She's got several different jobs that she does, so that's kind of taken her away from this, but we are going to be collaborating again real soon.
Okay. Great answer.
Mm-hmm. Robin, any final words?
I just appreciate you. I'm so happy I finally got to talk to you. So many people told me, they were going to get a hold of you for me. They were going to get a hold of Jay is for Justice for me. And I just happened to find you on today. And I was like, wow, I can't believe this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you came on. I'm glad you took the link. I'm glad you came up here. But I am here. I'm here to help, and I help victims, and victims' families. That's what I try to do. Am I perfect? Absolutely not. But as long as my heart's in the right place and I keep moving the needle forward, I consider that a success.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I'm going to sign off.
It was nice meeting you,
I have
Sherry,
COVID.
by the
I have
way.
COVID, and my temperature is starting to spike again. It does in the
Oh, we'll
afternoon.
get better and take care
I'm
of
going to
yourself.
get better. So, Robin, I love you dearly. Betty, it was a pleasure, and now I know I
Absolutely.
love you. And
Oh,
so,
thank
thank
you.
you so much for allowing me to come up.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All
Come
right,
back.
Robin, I'll
Yeah.
see you on another channel, sweetheart.
Well, I don't know. I'm not really allowed. Daisy doesn't want me on her channel, so
Really?
yeah.
Oh my
So,
word. Oh my word. Okay. Well,
Oh,
but
I'll see
you
you
know,
here
it's all
again. I'll
good.
see you here again. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Much love.
All
bye,
right.
Sherry.
Much love, Betty.
Bye bye. Yeah, so I'm very sorry about everything that you went through, and I hope that um, I guess at this point, if it's going to get better, it would have gotten better. But it sounds like you're really taking a lot of that pain and suffering and utilizing it in positive ways. And I thank you for all the help you're providing. Other missing children. It's very commendable, especially when you struggle each and every day to come to peace with what's happened in your own life, and it's just very commendable. And I thank you for that.
Oh, it's not a problem. I mean, I fell in love with Summer, you know.
Yeah,
Them blue eyes.
I
Just like
know.
my daughter, them blue eyes. Summer was perfect, you know. What could she have ever done wrong?
Nothing, nothing. She was raised wrong. She was born into the wrong family. You know.
And you know, the Lord, He does never give us anything that we cannot handle, you know. He does not give us anything we cannot handle. That's what makes us warriors.
Mhm. Sometimes we wish he wouldn't trust us so much, but other than that, you know, I get what you mean. And I've said that many times. That's what keeps me keep putting one foot in front of the other. Some days I have bad days. Some days I'm in a funk, and I have not even come close to anything that you have experienced. I've lost family members, but not like that. Not like that. That's
Yeah, it's you know, my son, he lived a rough life, and you know, in and out of juvie, in and out of jail, in and out of prison, and you know, he had his job busted open twice while being incarcerated. So
Mhm.
he had his mouth wired up twice, and just hell life, man. Just being bullied all the time. And just one day I mean, his passion was fishing, and this one day he just never came back home. And I begged him not to go because it was thundering. And he's like, I know, Mom, that's why I'm going fishing. I mean, that was the last time I seen him, and all I can remember is that big smile. I'm like, Mom, that's why I'm going fishing. That's how when the fish bite, and I couldn't argue with him.
Right.
I mean, he was a grown man, you know, and he fell off the dock having a grand mal seizure and drowned, and
Wow.
that was it. That was the last time I seen him. I just thank God that his body was intact, that the gators did not feed on him. I'm thank God that he washed up, washed up on shore, and he was completely whole, you know?
Yeah. It's sad that that's got to be what you're thankful for, but I get it. I get it. Well, we definitely pray for you. We're going to have you in our prayers, and I hope you come and join us again, even if you're just spectating and part of the audience. Really loved having you. My heart breaks for you. It really does. And I'm just truly, truly sorry.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm so happy to be up here. I have been trying to get a hold of you and wondering how I was going to get a hold of you since the Brian Laundrie case. I was like, kept telling my son, I got to get a hold of this woman somehow.
Yeah. But keep in contact with me. Send me an email to Bullhorn Betty. I don't want to give my number out online. But if you send your name or you send me an email, I'll give you my private cell phone number, and me and you can communicate moving forward. If
Okay.
you need to get a hold of me, you'll be able to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, y'all.
Thank you, Robin. You take care and God bless you. And just keep fighting the good fight. And the Bullhorn Betty channel is here for you. All of us.
Oh, I'm gonna keep fighting. I'm not gonna shut up. Damn it.
Good. Good. Good for you. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. And that's what people don't understand. You know, people that don't go through this don't understand. You know, you understand. I understand. But there are a lot of people out there that just don't understand. You've got to be heard. You have to be heard.
If you ain't walk that walk, you ain't gonna understand.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, God bless you, Robin, and take care. Oh, oops. She must have accidentally hit the button. So, wow, what a sad story that was. If many of you are just joining in, we just had Robin on panel. She lost her daughter several decades ago. Well, 20, I think she said 26 years ago. Her 5-year-old child was killed, and it was not pretty. And that's all we're going to say about that. We're going to uplift her and just say prayers for her. The perpetrator, Jason Simmons, was a minor at the time, and due to some new laws, the Supreme Court ruling, they are now looking at all juvenile cases where the juvenile has life sentences without parole, as the U.S. Supreme Court states that is unconstitutional. And this is the consequence of that ruling. Unfortunately, it's going to hit a lot of families that are in the same situation that Robin's in. And again, I was none the wiser until she came on panel. So now we all know that this is not just his case, or her daughter's case rather, but it's happening to many people just like Robin all over the United States, and it's just sad. So, but we're very appreciative of her time coming up here, because every time she has to speak about her daughter, she has to relive this all over again. So God bless her. God bless her for everything that she's doing. I went on the Summer Wells website, findsummerwells.com. We didn't have anything outside of that letter. That last posting was of Don Wells' letter that many of us speculate was not him that wrote it, because we do actually have his handwriting, and his handwriting does not match up to that letter. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I have been monitoring that for any changes, any updates that could potentially happen. This is also a reminder that Dylan Rounds his 20th birthday is on August 1st. So he is missing. I just released at around 3 o'clock, so about 30 minutes ago, the first video, which is Dylan Rounds. And that is now circulating YouTube aside from this live. And I have another one that will be going out around 6, which is related to Alec Murdaugh, which is one of the persons that we just covered at the beginning of the segment on this channel, along with Gabby Petito. I have not made the video yet for Gabby Petito. I will do that after we're done with this live, which we're still got a lot of stuff to cover. So I hope you guys stick with me as we cover some more information. Let me see if there's anything new on, it appeared, now I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I am wrong, but I got a notification from Doug Live, and it looked like his recorders were back on in the car. Now I don't know if he was at a convenience store, so I don't know if he was just chatting with people as he went to the convenience store to get some items. But that's a good sign. You know, he's back home. He's recuperating. There are several creators that have been in talks about coming to Sarasota, Florida, and going to the arraignment of Jason Sternquist, which is the person being accused and the person that was arrested of harming Doug Live. He was on live but didn't drive around. Oh, okay. So maybe I was just, gotcha. Guidance just put in here, Doug Live's PayPal. If you guys are interested in donating to him, he's got medical expenses. Obviously, his children had to come in from out of state. So it's been a very, plus he's been down all this time, not being on YouTube, not making money as he's accustomed to making. So if you guys would love to support Doug Live, there's his PayPal. Please consider, donating a couple bucks. If it so moves you, if it so moves you. Let's see what else we got. And we went over Serenity McKinney. Nothing has really transpired there. We're going to be diving in. I got to pull the docket for Serenity McKinney. Once I pull the docket, we will go over the docket and how the case is moving along. I have not had an opportunity to do that yet, but we will be getting that information here in the near future, and we'll be discussing this a little bit further in detail. Yes, it was on and sounded good. His ribs are hurting. Yeah, I can only imagine, because they had to do CPR, which most likely broke a rib or two. What a blessing. It is okay. Yeah, because there was a time when I came on here that day, and I didn't really believe he was going to make it. I really didn't. It was amazing to me that he made it, and not only just made it, he was without oxygen for quite some time, and that can do a number on someone's brain, but he survived all of it. And it looks like he has, minimal long-term issues. Not that he's going without long-term issues, but minimal. So that's probably some of the best news that we can expect. So we're very thankful for that. He thanked Molly for a fundraiser. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, she does good work. And you know what? I know Marissa can be controversial, and I get that. And so can I, in all fairness, so can I. But the think that she doesn't do good work is not true. Do we agree with everything she does? Probably not. Does people agree with everything I do? Probably not. How about any other creator? Probably not. But if your heart is in the right spot and you're doing things for the right reason, that should be really the only requirement. Say he seems intact cognitively. Exactly. And we know that could have not been the case with that lack of oxygen. So we're very thankful for that. But Marissa does do good work, guys, and I want to make sure that I'm very public about that. I know her and I have had our problems, but at the end of the day, I don't hate her. I love her. I think she's great people when you get to know her. Does that change our personalities? Of course not. People have arguments. I mean, I can't think of one person that's in my life that I didn't have an argument with. I mean, I just can't think of it. So yeah, I believe she has. I not believe. I know she has a good heart. I know she has a good heart. And her son is so well mannered. So she's, these people that try to say she's not a bad mom. She's not a bad mom. She's got a great kid. It takes a lot of work to have a great kid this day and age. I mean, if any of you guys raise kids, you know how hard it is. I raise grandchildren, and I didn't raise grandchildren 24/7. I raised grandchildren part-time, when my stepdaughter dropped them off. So, yeah. But, I'm glad that Marissa had an opportunity to raise money for Doug as well. She didn't have to do that. She didn't have to use her platform to help. She has a large platform, folks. We have to acknowledge that. She has a large platform, and she took the time to help Doug in Northport, many miles away from her, when she didn't have to do it. And just very, very thankful for that. And we need people like that, We need people on this that think of other people and do. So enough with that, but just wanted my 2 cents. I just wanted to state my 2 cents, especially in light of her being kicked off Turtle Island. It was a major upset. I was definitely for sure somebody else was going way before Marissa. So again, the only other update for Harmony Montgomery is the search warrant. The search warrants for the apartment. There's nothing has come out since then. Now, again, I know I stated this before Robin had come on, but this is based upon just a Google search. I have not taken a deep dive to look at any social media to find out, because social media really does help us a lot more than Google search, because everything is put on social media, and we can find a lot more information a lot quicker by going through social media. However, I have not done that step. I just do my Google searches just to see if there's any news articles that have come out related to these cases. And so far, that was the last update that we were apprised of related to Harmony Montgomery. Again, I need to get the docket for Kayla as well as Adam to find out what is going on in the court hearings, when their next court hearings are, what's, being done, if there are additional charges. Many of us know when they get charged the first time, that doesn't really matter, because they can be charged that time, but then, they during the investigation, more charges are added for crimes that they now have evidence for. So that's why you're always seeing, like, for example, Codi Bigsby, he was charged with a few charges, and then boom, the grand jury indicted him on 30 different other child welfare crime charges. And those, that's exactly what I'm talking about. As they can prove these crimes, they add the charges. No different than that William Redden that was part that was responsible for dumping Stephanie Shennefield. He only had one charge, then two charged, then 6 charges. As they can prove the elements of the crime, they then charge them and process them for those crimes. So that's kind of, I want to monitor that as well. I go up and I would go over this, the update that Dylan's mom provided to KSL and maybe some other news organizations related to her son's case. I just did a video and just dropped that video about a half hour ago about my summation of her comments and her update. So please, if you guys would like to see those, please go out once this live is over and watch that video. Another video will be released a little later today. It's already prepared. It's related to James Brenner, as well as Chase Venstra, and some other information that I found interesting. So please don't forget to watch that. I'm just going to throw in a break real quick, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about Michael Vaughn. So please sit tight and stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to play a message, take a quick break, and then we will be back here in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'm going to stop it in the middle of the song, most likely. So I hope you guys aren't bebopping. Maybe I'll let it go just a little bit longer. I don't know. We'll see when I get done. I got to use the little girl's room, so just sit tight.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up.
All right, sorry. Now you guys had to stop the music. I wish there was a way. I need to learn how to play the music, and still learning stuff. And I'll probably never be done learning. Every time I turn around, I have something else I got to learn. So here is the press conference for Michael Vaughn with law enforcement. And I'm going to talk about some missed opportunities that I saw related to this case. But we're just going to get into it. I'm going to play it. I'm going to stop, and I'm going to comment. Let me see what I've missed so far. Hold on, just give me just a second. Justice for Michael Vaughn. Yeah, oh man, I was just starting to dance. Sorry, guys. I know I was too, and I'm like, we heard it coming in, so I didn't want to. Oh, hey, Stephanie, I just saw you. Did I miss anybody else? Hey, Munch. Batgirl. Nice to see you guys here. Nice to see you all. I was actually searching for videos about Michael Vaughn. Yeah. You know who the best person, Batgirl, is True Crime with Eve. She's been really diving into this case. I believe Jonathan may have done a video or an interview with her. And then he found out some additional information, whatever. So let's see here. I had a great day, got up. Got Starbucks, cleaned the pool, and soaked up the sun. Oh, nice. So let me just go ahead and start playing this for those that are still here. I know we're going really long today, but I have not been on for a while. And like I said, I miss the heck out of you guys, whether you guys know it or not. I think you guys keep me as sane as I keep you. So... Oh, hey, Ray. Hope you're doing well. So let's just go ahead and get started. And like I said, once he starts talking, I have watched this a couple times now. So I'm going to, I didn't take notes. And if I did take notes, they're out in the car. I haven't unloaded the car just yet. So I will just stop. I'm just going to kind of just roll with it because it's already geared up. And I have an idea of some of the things I wanted to point out to you guys. And I want to show you a missed opportunity. Now, and I'm assuming that the guy in the hat is the grandfather, the one that went to, left the house around 3 or had a hair appointment around 3 or something to that effect. So right now they have everybody that's residing in the house outside of the older children, which is Ben and Kira, I believe, if I got their names correctly. Again, my notes are out in the car. So if I screwed up a name, just please forgive me. But this is Robert or Bob, Grandpa. I don't know the beautiful daughter's name. And then, of course, Tyler and Brandy.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to start out by thanking you guys for showing up. I apologize for the short notice on this and moving this up in our schedule, but we identified some travel conflicts and some other commitments that weren't going to allow some of.
Boogie is they're saying in the chat, Boogie is the name of Michael's sister.
Our partners to be here today. So they wanted to be here today. It was important for everybody to make it on this anniversary of Michael's disappearance. And so I appreciate you for indulging us and moving this up in your schedules as well. So I quickly want to recognize the Fruitland Police Department, the men and women of our department, as our staff continues to work tirelessly to keep this department moving forward as we continue to investigate Michael's case. So their loyalty and courage and tenacity is clearly unmatched. And it's a privilege to lead and work with these people every day. I just wanted to introduce some of my partners. As I've done in the past, our partnerships haven't changed. I'd like to introduce Supervisory Agent in Charge Doug Hart with the FBI, Captain Matt Sly with the Idaho State Police, Chief Gary Marshall with the Payette City Police Department, Sheriff Andy Creech with the Payette County Sheriff's Office, and Mark Sullivan with the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue. We also have with us today the family of Michael Vaughn. We've got Brandy Neal, Tyler Vaughn, and Bob Vaughn, and Bug. So it's nice to have them here with us today. So since the evening of July 27th, 2021, the Fruitland Police Department, the Idaho State Police, the FBI, law enforcement agencies, and law enforcement agencies across the country have investigated the disappearance of 5-year-old Michael Vaughn. We haven't stopped. Every day we have unfinished business, and I'll tell you that every day is an anniversary of the disappearance from Michael Vaughn for us. law enforcement, the family.
What I can tell you, I do like this JD Huff. I do like him. He seems very thorough. He seems very matter of fact. And in all honesty, he to me is very transparent. Even with him not being able to talk about the case, he's just a very in my police chief JD Huff, in my personal opinion, he's very personable. He carries himself well. He has a way of talking to people, and I really think that they are working really, really, really hard. And I do think that the officers in Summer Wells' case is equally working as hard. I just think the way that they treated this case and how they spoke to people that are doing nothing but merely trying to help, merely trying to help. I think he handles the situation much better than, say, Ronnie Lawson did. Never insults us YouTubers. Right. Exactly. That's it.
Family, the families of law enforcement, and our community. Our investigation remains intense and strong. So I want to take a moment to just kind of cover some significant aspects of the case to provide some context for those who aren't completely familiar with our case, or those might be jumping in a little bit later.
If you can always pay.
Sorry, they have these ads that are going on, so let me try to mute it so we don't have to have them in our ear. Yeah, they didn't have this many ads yesterday. I probably should have just copied it, and either way.
College credit. K-12 has the...
A lot of it I've covered in prior press conferences, but I wanted to cover it again today. So Michael Joseph Vaughn was last seen at his residence on Southwest 9th Street at approximately 6:30 p.m.
Did you notice how he said he was last seen at his residence? He didn't say reportedly seen at his residence. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because we hear all the time, especially with the Summer Wells case, them using that very specific word of reportedly, where it's reported by somebody else. He's stating here, he didn't say reportedly. He's saying he was last seen. Let's listen to that again. He said he was last seen at his residence, not reportedly at his residence. He was last seen at his residence. Listen here.
Vaughn was last seen at his residence on Southwest 9th Street at approximately 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, July 27, 21. Law enforcement received the first call by 911 at 7:21 p.m. and we began an immediate search of the area.
And what I don't like about it is, did you notice that he said we received a 911 call? This is another difference. When we heard from TBI, they said that a family member had called 911. This conversation is absent of who called, because many of us heard that it was actually Brandy's boss that called. I could be wrong, and this is what I heard. I have not seen the information with my own eyes. And maybe I have, because I did sit down with Eve, but we went over so much information. I don't know if I physically saw that or not. Either way, that is a little bit of a concern for me. Yes, Batgirl, words are definitely important. So again, there was two things that are a little different than the Summer Wells case. One is that he is speaking that Michael Vaughn was last seen at his residence. He was. Now, not reportedly, but was. The other thing was that he was just talking about was related to, hold on one second.
911.
Was related to the 911 call and who actually made that call, because he does not allege that it was a family member. And I've heard through the grapevine that it was actually the boss or the supervisor of Brandy that actually made the call. Again, I can't show receipts for that. So we're going to put that as speculation on my part and not fact.
At 7:21 p.m. and we began an immediate search of the area. And I should note that law enforcement across the country receives these type of calls every year. Numerous calls like this, we call them wander-offs, and they conclude, but after finding the child safely with friends or family, and clearly it's typically a breakdown in communication.
So they're saying that they did look at that aspect of him wandering off because, in their experience, it's usually just a minor breakdown in communication, and everybody is found fine and goes home and lives happily ever after. This is not the case for Michael Vaughn, as we all know.
So you need to know the first missing and endangered alert went out at 8:20, with different alerts to email, phone calls, text messages being issued to area residents until 11:20 that night.
And many people said that there was no alert that went out. He's saying that there was an alert that went out to the immediate residents of that area. Still not an Amber Alert, still not an Amber Alert. And I think any child that is potentially or is believed to have been abducted should have an Amber Alert. Just my opinion. Whether they have a suspect or have a car, I still think if a child is abducted, whether they have all the elements necessary or not, should be an Amber Alert. But I digress. I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse.
Michael's image and information went out to law enforcement nationwide on a database called the National Crime Information Center, or NCIC. And Michael's also been entered into the State of Idaho Missing Person Clearinghouse and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And that's why he is on the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children website.
The Fruitland Police, Payette Police, and Payette County deputies and citizens searched through the night until support arrived the following morning. The ensuing response was immense. We had over 100 law enforcement officers from federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, along with trained search teams, converge on our small city of Fruitland. Our physical search efforts were conducted by experts from the Idaho Fish and Game, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, both Fruitland and Sand Hollow fire departments, multiple law enforcement agencies, and coordinated citizen searchers.
Coordinated citizen searchers. This chief of police has no problem asking for citizen help. Sometimes these searches are too cumbersome for a law enforcement agency to handle by themselves. So hearing him incorporate citizens that would like to help helped. And I like hearing that because, law enforcement doesn't have to do all of this alone. Sometimes they like to. It's up to their discretion.
The search included over 200 residential homes, properties including outbuildings, a septic tank, garbage cans, vehicles, irrigation ditches, and drained canals. Trained search teams and law enforcement, along with specialized canine teams from across the country, searched over 3,000 acres of farm ground, along with areas surrounding the city.
3,000 acres, guys. That's huge. That's a massive amount of coverage, just to let you guys know. And I'm pretty sure those 3,000 square acres, maybe not. He didn't say square acres. I'm putting words in his mouth, but I have a funny feeling it's a lot more than just the three acres.
And out into the
3,000
county.
acres.
Sophisticated drones, boats with sonar, boats with canines, kayaks, paragliders. I would say that if we could have dammed the Snake River, we would have. With the help of residences and businesses, we were able to retrieve hours and hours of security camera video.
That's huge. We always talk because this is a desolate, well, I shouldn't say desolate town, but this is a lot of wide open space. There's a lot of farm area in and around that community, while the community that Michael Vaughn was residing in actually had a lot of houses outside of that one that community of houses. It was nothing but farmland out there, lots and lots of farmland.
And we continue to reference that video while working on our leads. So let's talk about since the disappearance of Michael. When I tell you our investigation has been intense and daily, I can assure you that it has been. Since the disappearance, detectives and investigators across the country have logged tens of thousands of man hours to bring this case to conclusion.
He said across the country. He said across the country. So they are bringing other, because they are looking at the theory of Michael. They're looking at several theories. One of those theories is Michael may have been abducted. And with Michael being having been abducted, that would explain why law enforcement all over the country has logged man hours looking for him. I'm wondering if they had received leads in other states related to Michael Vaughn that they had to clear. Obviously, Fruitland police cannot go out into other states and other jurisdictions to clear those. They have to work with those law enforcement agencies in those districts to help clear some of these leads. And he's going to go into that in just a bit.
We've gathered an immense amount of data and continue to work through it with experts from several agencies. We've applied for and served over 27 search warrants, but that may seem low, but I'm telling you that we've also performed, probably triple that in mutual consent type searches. So the search warrant and consent searches we've performed have yielded high volumes of data, and search warrants are still being written today.
So the search warrants aren't over. I like hearing high volumes of data. I like hearing that because that is kind of what's absent, so to speak, in the Summer Wells case, right? So hearing that in Michael's case gives me hope.
The data requires expertise from law enforcement partners, and this takes a lot of time to decipher. We continue to use all of our investigative resources to include that of the Idaho State Police and our friends at the FBI. Further, the Idaho State Police and the FBI have assigned investigators to work specifically with the City of Fruitland Police Department on this case, and our partnership is healthy and strong. We continue to call upon the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue teams with their specialized canine units, and we've received some recent leads that have put us out in the area again, searching more acreage.
That's interesting. I don't know how many of you guys caught that. They actually are working with the team and getting dogs out in search in certain areas to search. And they're actively doing that as of the date of this press conference. Many people didn't know that. Many people didn't realize that they are still out there searching regularly and actually recently got some new leads that have brought them back out.
And I can't thank them enough for what they've done for us. On a moment's notice, they're jumping and running for us.
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right.
Although unsuccessful with these searches, we can't stop, and we appreciate the continued support from all of our members. And I would tell you that the number of acres searched will continue to grow. So in our efforts to develop a detailed timeline of events leading up to Michael's appearance, we've processed over 1,000 leads. So we've cleared many of these leads, but not all have been cleared because some require assistance from out of state, more investigators, and probably more importantly, just time to work these things through to make sure we can bring each lead.
Out of state, did you hear that? Remember we just 2 seconds ago talked about the law enforcement agencies around the country. That's why, because there's leads that need to be cleared that they can't clear. They have to get these outside agencies because they don't have the jurisdiction, whereas the outside agency does have the jurisdiction to investigate in those areas.
To a conclusion. This process is exhaustive and it takes a lot of time, and we believe someone out there will ultimately provide us with some information that'll help us solve this case. It's important to note that as we continue to refine our timeline, we now believe that Michael disappeared in a smaller window of time, and that's probably between the time of 6:40 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. on the 27th.
That is amazing. You know, we have a 4-hour window for Candace, and we only have a 20-minute window that needs to be closed for this, according to him. Now, this is based on the information that they have now. They haven't processed all the leads. This theory may change, but as of right now, that's what they believe.
Time of 6:40 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. on the 27th. Earlier in the investigation, we needed assistance in identifying 2 vehicles and 2 pedestrians that were seen in the area. around the time of Michael's disappearance. So you guys need to know that we positively identified the blue Dodge Avenger we were looking for, and the man that we saw jogging in that area. Those have both been identified, vetted, and investigated, and to an end.
So it sounds like to me, now, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but it sounds like to me they cleared that jogger and they cleared that vehicle. He didn't say those words, and I'm not sure why, but I think it goes in line with the preservation of the case, and then all possibilities and all persons of interest are still on the table, you know, jargon.
So the white Honda Pilot, 2016 to 18 Honda Pilot that we have leaving the area at approximately that time, you know, again, we believe that it belongs to a resident, but we haven't quite been able to clear that and verify that. So that's kind of still an outstanding for us.
I'm wondering if the person with the white Pilot just doesn't believe it's them and hasn't come forward, not because they are scared or worried, but because they don't even realize law enforcement's looking for them. I'm hopeful that other, you know, community members, if they see somebody driving a white Pilot, they are taking the license plate numbers down and giving those to law enforcement, because they are actively looking for a 2016 to 2018 white Honda Pilot. So if anybody is watching this live that is from Fruitland, Idaho, or lives in that community where Michael Vaughn lives, please, if you see a white Pilot, start jotting down those license plate numbers, especially if they are seen in that same area. That would be very helpful for law enforcement.
The man seen walking through the area of the splash pad of Crestview Park leading up to the time of Michael's disappearance, he's not come forward and he has not been identified. So the man's described as a white male adult, late 20s, early 30s. He was seen wearing black shorts, a white t-shirt with cut-off sleeves, dark colored shoes, and a hat. So I need to make it perfectly clear that he is not a suspect, but we need to talk to him so we can determine his whereabouts and see if he witnessed anything that would be helpful in this investigation.
So he's telling us, so before the speculation stations start, he is telling us very specifically that the gentleman that was walking, that they're looking for, is not somebody that they're questioning as a suspect or a person of interest. They just want to see where he was to see if he's seen anything, because they do not believe he had any involvement in this particular situation. But he was seen in the area, and they want to hear what he has to say.
So I plan on releasing a photograph of that individual in my Facebook official posting later today. So you'll all have that. You need to understand that this is a multifaceted investigation. So many leads are working. We're working many leads at the same time. So some leads are temporarily abandoned as priority leads come in, and that's happened to us on multiple occasions. Once abandoned and we clear the priority leads, then we pick those things right back up and we're working on them again until we can work them to conclusion, right? It takes
conclusion for all you guys out there. That means cleared. Conclusion means end. They're cleared. They're done.
It's an intense effort and a lot of work to document all of the leads as they're coming in. And at the conclusion of this investigation, I'm hopeful we'll find the answers. It's important that our case is organized and very strong.
We're gonna hit another
I
commercial.
didn't think I had time for a bachelor's, but with WGU, I can move through an accredited business degree.
So I will tell you that this is a criminal investigation.
Here's where the interesting stuff starts. Here's where the interesting stuff starts right here. This is no longer a missing person case. This is a criminal investigation. A criminal investigation. Why is that important? Because during a criminal investigation, there's policies and procedures that everybody must follow. There's policies and procedures that must be adhered to when they're dealing with just a missing person. And there's a totally different policy and procedure, investigative-wise, that has to take place when it's a criminal investigation. So where a missing person may be more lackadaisy, this is more strategic and straightforward. I wouldn't say straightforward, but definitely more strategic, more information, and they have to do certain things like forensics and, you know, chasing this down. So this is a criminal investigation, and that is important because this means that they're not going to be providing us a whole lot of information because they have to protect the integrity of the investigation. But what I like about this chief of police is he's being transparent about it. He's being transparent about this. He's being transparent that they can't, you know, tell us everything that we need to know, but he's doing it in such a kind and courteous way. He's not doing it in, you know, where we see like Hawkins County, the law enforcement there seems frustrated, exhausted. This case here, they were only about 30 to 45 days different from Summer Wells to Michael Vaughn in their cases. And the way that this particular law enforcement is handling every aspect of this case is much different than the way Hawkins County, in my opinion, has handled their case. Hawkins County seems stressed. They seem overwhelmed. They seem to be taking stock in things that they don't need to be taking stock into. Like they're spending more time worried about what's being said on social media. And they need to let that go. They need to let that go and just focus on the case at hand, in my opinion. These people here are staying focused on the task at hand. They're not allowing these tangents and these things distract their focus like Hawkins County has allowed it to do. So definitely really liking how he's holding himself, how he's handling himself, how law enforcement you see the unity here, in my opinion, with the multiple facets of different branches of law enforcement that are working together in concert to find answers related to Michael Vaughn. Where when we were in Hawkins County, you heard, you know, John Pruitt seem almost frustrated with the amount of other agencies he had to work with. Totally different climate in both cases and how they're working them, just in my observation.
So with that, you need to know that a majority of our investigative efforts just cannot be made public at this time. As members of the community, we agonize with the family, and we've dedicated our resources to bringing Michael home. So we believe the continued distribution of this story will generate more attention and tips that can be investigated by our department.
And he's actually advocating. There's a difference. He's actually advocating for us to make sure that Michael's face is out there and that he has utmost exposure across the country. This chief of police is actually advocating for that. We're not getting that from Hawkins County. They just want everybody to go away and sweep this under the rug. I don't want to say that. That's not, it's just how it feels. I don't think that that's what they're doing. It's just the impression that they're giving, that they just want to be left alone to deal with this case themselves. They don't want any involvement with outside resources or help from the public. They've got this. But do they? Does Hawkins County have it? This guy here is advocating and knows the importance of getting Michael's photo and information out and across the country.
Our partners. So anyone having information regarding Michael's disappearance, I would ask you, please reach out to us. No tidbit of information is too benign or too obscure. It just helps us process the overall picture. We appreciate the efforts of the...
Totally different language than we get from Ronnie Lawson and John Pruitt. You guys get it? Totally different. They're handling this, in my opinion. I like the way this guy's handling. Does that mean he seems more confident? And I think when you have law enforcement that are confident, that come up there from a place of confidence, I think it makes us feel a little more calm that the law enforcement is doing their job. That is my opinion. That's my impression. And that's how I truly feel. Like, he gives me a sense of calm. He's coming from a place of confidence. And that's what we want to see in our law enforcement.
Community, members of the media partners who keep this case at the forefront by promoting and sharing the story. And we encourage all of you to continue sharing the official poster from the Idaho Missing Persons Clearinghouse.
Encouraging the public to do their part. You know, this guy, he knows how to ask for help in the right ways. You know, he's saying, you know, we want tidbits of information. We know that this is going to help break this. Nothing's too benign. Nothing, you know, bring us anything and everything. We want to solve this case. I just love his approach to this. I love how he's coming from a place of confidence. And it just, to me, is putting me at ease that they truly do have something.
I would like to introduce a new partnership today. It's called the Homeward Bound Program.
I love this program. I love this program. I love the idea of this program for missing people. It's almost the equivalent to the milk carton posters of these children, but will be larger and in everybody's face. One thing I learned, and granted, it comes from my political background, but one thing I learned was the bumper stickers, right? We always handed out bumper stickers for the politicians. And why? Because we knew that a yard sign would only get a limited amount of views. However, a bumper sticker, you know, a regular bumper sticker on the back of a car or the back of like the bumper or the window, actually had over 250 people's eyes look at it every day. Now you take that thought and put it on a big tractor trailer that's traveling across this country. It's amazing. I love this program. He's about to explain it. I absolutely love it. I think that this is a great initiative and should be utilized across the country.
The program was first started by Trooper Renee Padgett with the Washington State Patrol in 2005. She was working with the WSP Commercial Vehicle Division. Trooper Padgett worked with then the Gordon Trucking with a vision that posters of missing children being displayed on sides of semi-trailers traveling around the country could bring much needed awareness and possibly recovery. With the help of Tanea Parmenter with the Idaho State Police, we've been able to partner with the Homeward Bound program, which will carry Michael's information across the country on semi-trailers. As designed by Trooper Padgett, this will expand the exposure of Michael's case on the interstates, highways, and roads of our country, which will bring new leads and potentially help us bring Michael home. We're hoping to have semi-trailers outfitted with Michael's information near the end of August and get those on the road.
So we're looking at an August time frame for Michael's information. So we may be seeing next month across this country Michael's picture on semi-trailers that are you know, driving across country. I want to let you guys know, if any of you guys see this trailer with his picture, please take your camera out, please take your phone out, take a picture and send it to me, bullhornbetty@gmail.com.
I would ask anyone with any information to continue to send tips to findmichael.org. If you are out of state and you have information that you think would help us bring Michael home, I'm encouraging you to contact your local law enforcement team. They will then get in touch with us and we can start working those leads as they come in. Please share what you have. You can also contact Crime Stoppers at 343-COPS. You can remain anonymous. The reward for the information leading to Michael's safe return has grown to $52,992. This fund has been maintained by the city of Fruitland. It's secure.
That is important because we know what happened with the Churchill Rescue Squad, which I know that their intentions were good, but I really believe that the Hawkins County or the city of Rogersville should have been maintaining that fund. It's just, it's another layer of protection for this. And the fact that there is no limit, you'll hear him say it in just a second. I don't want to put words in his mouth just yet.
This will remain in place until Michael comes home.
Bam, right there.
I just ask that you continue to pray for Michael, for strength for his family, the steadfast resolve for those who are working to bring him home. Thank you for standing firm with Michael's family and our continued law enforcement efforts. So with that, we'll stand for a few questions.
I'm not going to go into the questions. If you guys want to see that, you guys can go and look at this yourselves and finish up the rest of the video related to the press conference if you did not get to see it yet. The one missed opportunity that I was referring to when we started watching this press conference was during the questions. They had good questions, but the one question that I would have really liked to have had for the record, and maybe the reason why mainstream media out there didn't do it is because the parents were right there. But I would have, if I was there in that audience, I would have asked the tough question: has the parents been excluded as being being responsible for the disappearance of Michael Vaughn? Because there's a lot of and the reason why, and it's not to insult the parents in any way, for those people that are out there that believe the parents had nothing to do with this and this was an abduction or some other type of crime, and that's fine. But I would like to do that because there is such speculation out there. If they were cleared, and him telling us they have been cleared would lay a lot of that speculation to rest. And so I really thought it was a missed opportunity for media. They're the ones that ask the questions. And I would have really, out of all the questions they asked, which went into some, persons of interest and whatnot, I would have liked to have gotten that answer. Whether he said, I cannot comment at this time due to the integrity of the I wanted to hear him say that. But they didn't even ask. They didn't even ask, who has been cleared. If they didn't want to ask directly if the parents had been cleared, they could have asked, who has been cleared from this case. If those people have been cleared, and the chief would have liked to have said it. But I myself want to know if they cleared the parents, because we know in a lot of these missing children cases, that's the first thing that law enforcement wants to do. They turn these parents' lives upside down, inside out. They go through every single orifice they got to check them and make sure that they're clean. They try to do that up front so they can move past them. This is a standard protocol. They want to do it up front so they can move past the parents and really focus on the case and focus on the people that they need to focus on without having to worry about the parents. And so at this stage in the game, we're just like Summer Wells, we're a year later. I want to know if those parents have been cleared, because if they've been cleared, then our speculation on whether the parents are involved, or looking down looking at that possibility, would be eliminated immediately. We don't even have to waste our time if the parents have been cleared. And like I said, even for the people that support Brandy and Tyler, me talking about the parents and their potential involvement in this case is not to be disrespectful to them, but it is a factor of this case that if you really want to get answers, you have to ask. You have to talk about the elephant in the room. And the sooner you can get through that conversation, the sooner you can move on, just like law enforcement. So I really wish that was the part that I said was the missed opportunity. It really was the missed opportunity. And I really wish that they would have asked those questions, because I'm curious. I'm sure all of you are curious. And there's many people following Michael Vaughn's case that is curious, because they're working hard to. The reason why we have to work so hard to get all this information is because law enforcement won't tell us. It's a criminal investigation. We have a duty and a right to ask the questions. We have a duty and a right to go out there, and unless there's a gag order ordered by a judge, we have the right to know that. Whether law enforcement wants to provide us that information related to their investigation, that's one thing. But us being able to go out there and talk to the people and get the information is not illegal, and it never will be, because we have rights here in the country. And so, it makes it harder for us, but that's why we all investigate and why we dig deep and we do research and we do all this. It's because law enforcement won't give us this information. We have to do the legwork ourselves if we want to find out the information for ourselves. It's not to poo-poo on their investigation. Responsible creators will know what will damage a case. It should know what would damage a case and what not to post online. We take that very seriously. I've been taught that to take that very seriously. I don't publish things that I think are important information or wow, I send that over to law enforcement if it's something that I feel is important. I would never run that without law enforcement seeing it and saying there's no stock in it. There's no, then I'd run with it. But if it's something that goes to the integrity of the case, it goes over to law enforcement and I don't release it to the public. We may talk about it. We may allude to it. We may speculate about it because that's what we do. But as far as actually physically seeing it, you guys reviewing it, it would never happen if it could help a case, because I never want to injure a case. And no matter what people say out there in YouTube world, Bullhorn Betty has never screwed up a case ever. Right? I've never screwed up a case. I've never committed obstruction of justice. These people are loony. They hear these big words and they don't even look up the definition. Like, I'm not out there trying to get witnesses to lie. Oh, that's right. We're over that. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. Okay. We're almost through it, guys. We're almost through it. So that was the update for that. And then finally, we have an update on Kristen Smart. Many of you guys, if you guys are following this, you may have forgot about this case. This happened 26 years ago. And this young girl apparently was at a party. I think she may have been intoxicated. This guy was last seen with her. The guy that was last seen with her is now the one being charged with her murder. And his father is now being charged with accessory after the fact. But she's finally getting her day. She's finally, hopefully, going to get justice after, and her family's going to get justice after 26 long, excruciating years. We just heard from Robin and how much pain she still goes through all these years later from what happened to her daughter. We just heard it just a few minutes ago. And these people here are just now going through the process that Robin went through 26 years ago. They're now going through it 26 years later, even though these cases probably happened in and around the same time. So just to give you guys an update, Krista Smart went missing 26 years ago. She was 19 years old and a freshman in college. She was wearing what the FBI described as a gray half shirt, black surfing shorts, and a red Puma shoes. She went off campus to an off-campus party and was never seen from again. Did they give us? I'll try later. Let me hit this. There we go. Sorry. Smart's case remained open and unsolved for a quarter of a century. Then in April 2021, authorities arrested two men. They allegedly were responsible for Smart's disappearance. Paul Flores, 45, who is now charged with her murder, and his father, Ruben Flores, 80, who has been charged with accessory after the fact of the crime for allegedly helping his son conceal Smart. The case is now going to trial. Paul Flores was an early suspect in the case and was the subject of a wrongful death lawsuit brought by Smart's family in 1990. He has denied any involvement, and the case was dropped after he pleaded the Fifth Amendment. In the intervening years, musician Chris Lambert started a podcast investigating Smart's disappearance. Your Own Backyard began airing in 2019. Lambert grew up close to where Smart went missing. He remembered an initial swell of interest in the case, followed by relative silence. With his podcast, he wanted to tell the full story of Smart's disappearance, as well as bring the case national attention. When officials announced the arrest of the two suspects in 2021, they credited Lambert and his podcast with having brought new and valuable information. What is this? A podcast? Close to something like a YouTuber? helping yet again in another case? What? I thought we were just vultures, sucking the life out of these cases, doing nothing but profiting off of them, right? Our platforms can be of good use. Let's be honest. Our platforms, if used properly, can be of good use. And every time I open stories like this, from Gabby Petito to this story, hearing people, public people, coming out and raising awareness for these missing people is very heartwarming to me, because we do make a difference despite what the opposition says. And here is a good example of that right here. Kristen Smart was born February 20th, 1977 in Germany. Her parents, Stan and Denise Smart, were teachers who worked with children of military personnel in the region. She came into this world with an adventurous spirit that never left her. Reads her biography on the website of the Kristen Smart Scholarship, which was set up in her memory. Very sweet. At the time of her disappearance, Smart was a student at the California Polytech State University, also known as Cal Poly. On May 24th, 1996, Smart and her friend Margarita Campos, along with other acquaintances, attended a get-together at someone's off-campus home. Campos said in August 2021, during a preliminary hearing in the charges faced by Paul and Rumid Flores, after that gathering, Smart wanted to stay out, but Campos was tired and needed to use the restroom. Campos testified, according to KSBY, Campos had his back, and that was the last time she saw her roommate. Smart attended another party thrown by a member of the fraternity. According to the New York Times, acquaintances said in later interviews that she was last seen with Paul Flores, a student who attended the same college as her, at around 2 a.m. on May 25th. That same night, it just went over to morning. Prosecutors have contended that Paul Flores killed Smart late that night while attempting to R her. Paul Flores has denied the charges against him and pled not guilty. His father has also entered a plea of a not guilty. Prior to his arrest, Paul was described as a person of interest in the case. Forensics examination of his dorm room was conducted on June 24th, 1996. That's 30 days later. According to testimony given by Rick Neufeld, a retired sheriff's detective, during a preliminary hearing for Paul and Ruben Flores, per the Santa Ynez Valley News. In 1997, Smart's family filed a wrongful death against Paul Flores. A video of his deposition shows him pleading the fifth and refusing to answer questions, confirming only basic details such as his full name, date of birth, and social security number. And I think that's because he was still under investigation because he became an early person of interest. This is the difference between the case with Gabby Petito's parents and Brian Laundrie's parents. They waited until the investigation was concluded before bringing the civil suit. And I'm sure they did that because they can no longer plead the fifth. If somebody is still under suspicion and still under investigation, they still have the right to remain silent and plead the fifth, even though it doesn't apply in civil cases. He still has a criminal case in which it applies to, and there's a little bit of a different nuance to that. So just wanted to clear that up. You wouldn't want to be alone in a room with him. A second woman says in the same episode, you wouldn't let any of your friends be drunk around him. Those were the kinds of unspoken things. So apparently he has or was known for this kind of conduct. And people knew that even after Kristen Smart disappeared, you as a female would not want to be alone with this man. So there's just an update on that. We will go through that a little bit more. I'm interested in seeing that deposition that he has. Maybe I'll look into that either today or tomorrow. We'll see. And then we already went over the Delphi, the updates on the Delphi, which there's not really anything except they did an event honoring the girls. bikers participated in a benefit ride. So they just did that about a week ago for the Delphi girls. And I thought that was very sweet for people to come together and advocate for them and keep their case alive in a very positive way. So kudos to the people that participated in that benefit. Anyways, guys, it's been a long day. We're 4 hours over. I am not opening the phone lines. I'm not doing it. But it's good because we did have the link pinned up at the top of the chat if you guys did want to come here and get on panel and talk. So I feel like we did kind of have an opportunity for people to have their voice heard. So with that, guys, I just want to say thank you all for sticking around and spending your day with me. I missed the heck out of you guys while I've been gone. I, went to South Carolina, came back. I think I got a live or two in, and then I was in Tampa and couldn't go live because I was at different things all day. And from the time I got there to the time I left, I didn't get home last night until 2 a.m. and I was exhausted. So guys, don't forget. Oh, thank you, Betty fan. Ready to rewind. Good, C12. Don't forget that I'm dropping videos. Please go out, look at the videos. I just dropped one on Dylan Rounds with my commentary on the statement and update from his mother, Candace Cooley. We also have another one coming out related to Alec Murdaugh. We covered him a little bit earlier on in this show at the beginning. I did a video for him before we came live. That will be dropping here in probably another hour, maybe less. And guys, just go out there and watch them. Every time you watch these videos and you watch a commercial, you are supporting this channel and you're helping this channel grow. If you're not yet a subscriber of the Bullhorn Betty channel, please consider subscribing. We cover a lot of different cases. And not only do we just cover cases, we go out and search. We take you guys on those searches when we can. So sometimes we don't have the ability to go live because of internet. We're in swamps, backwoods, and things of that nature. But we do record it and we do produce it and get that out to you guys when we have the ability to do that. But this is a lot more. We really try not only to expose these cases on YouTube and try to get the faces and this stuff exposed as many places and in front of as many eyes as possible. We like the exposure for the victims, having Michael Vaughn's photo out there, having Codi Bigsby's photo out there, having Summer Wells' photo out there. But we also like going out there and helping in searching and trying to find any tidbit of information we can find that could help lead to the whereabouts of these kids. So if that's something that resonates with you guys, please consider subscribing. Please consider joining as a member and help support this channel on a monthly basis. If you can just do your part, that would be great. But the free way you can do your part is giving these videos a thumbs up and going and watching them and watching the advertisements, which helps pay for this channel. Anyways, guys, I think you guys are all amazing. I want to thank you for all the love and support. I want to thank my mods for doing an amazing job in the chat. And thank you guys for all spending your time with me. So God bless. Go make it a great day. And don't forget to be fearless.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.